It may be hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have time for anything that's gonna harm me. It may be hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have time for anything that's gonna harm me. It may be hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have time for anything that's gonna harm me. It may be hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have time to understand. Words have the power. I don't have time for anything that's gonna harm me. It may be hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have time for anything that's gonna harm me. It may be hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have time for anything that's gonna harm me. It may be hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have time for anything that's gonna harm me. It may be hard to understand. Words have the power. I don't have hard to understand. Words have the power.
Talking about you gotta, oh Lord Jesus Christ. Hey, what's up, y'all? Like, share, and subscribe. Hold on, y'all.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it. Don't play with it, don't be dishonest. Ay, still not understanding.
Woods, pretty face, but I'm known for hitting chugs. Yeah. Got him like, too good. To the yard, he ain't never leave his pretty, on God. Broke, too good. Real boss, nigga got the Woods, pretty face, but I'm known for hitting chugs. Yeah. Got him like, too good. To the yard, he ain't never leave his pretty, on God. Broke, too good. Real boss, nigga got the hood. Real boss, nigga got the hood. He ain't never leave his pretty, on God. Nigga got the hood, nigga got the hood.
And I waited for you, but you never showed. Girl, where you at? Ooh, where you at?
Hey. Hey, what's up? Okay, we live now. What's up? I don't know if y'all can hear me. This is your girl, Nicole Reloaded. We're locked and loaded with another video, honey. It is towards the end of the year, and I wanted to come on and ramble and talk about bariatric surgery and LaserAway. So if y'all can do me a favor, the few that are here, if you could share your girl out. Okay. What is that on my chin? Okay. Yes. Share. Let them know, honey, I'm coming on camera. Okay. I am prettier than your dog. Anyway. My sister Tara is here. She just on another device, child. Hey boo, what you doing, girl? Just like, I don't even know if the sound messed up. Look, y'all, I done lost so much weight, honey. My neck, like, my neck is just so it's I got a struggle neck. Yeah, share me out, honey. Mm-hmm. So we can talk. Okay. Can we talk? Can we talk about beauty and beautification and getting all fine? Okay. Because I need y'all advice. Like, what if, I go and get I got some treatments that I'm gonna do. Okay. But what if I go and then like my skin burn off? I don't know. Tara, you think I should do it?
Not if your damn skin gonna burn off.
Well, I mean, they say it's not gonna burn off, but they say that black folks can't handle laser like that. But I gotta do it. I gotta do it for the culture. Huh? Mm, I gotta do it
That's
for the
not
culture.
you can handle it, but it ain't good for your melanin.
What you mean? It's gonna rebuild. It's gonna rebuild collagen. It's going to. Hey. I don't have no moderators in here. So many, it's 1,000 people in here. I'm just gonna pick this random person named Tattle. I don't know who they is. Some random. But let's just be messy and make this person a moderator. But then we don't know who the hell it is.
How to tell news? Greetings.
Hi, greetings. Can we make you we don't know.
Do you want to be a stand-in mod?
Yeah, we need you to be a stand-in mod, girl, so you can mod because ain't nobody even in here. Yeah, there's so many people over here. Cause I need advice. I need advice from my community. Okay.
There's so many people here. Because I need advice. I need advice from my community. I need advice from my community.
Y'all like, share, and subscribe. Do you like my glasses? So anyway, look, I have a very nice little trip that I don't know if I want to share it with y'all though. Like, okay, like Nicole do what she do. I've been doing what I do, okay? Why is that kind of echo?
It's trying to test something. Hold on.
Why is it playing through the thing?
Okay, it's still.
Oh, now we got music. Oh, okay, that's because the other phone going through. But now I can't hear Tara. No, I mean, I didn't do it. Thank you, babe. I don't know. Tara, I'm confused. I didn't do it right. Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Okay, do we have an echo? The echo's gone? Okay, I had to take you off of the car, darling. Darling. Okay, I have to talk like this because I have on these glasses. Hi. Oh, there's no echo. Hi, how are you doing? You gotta go like that with my arm. That's what the other girls that got like a lot of views, they be coming on, they be going like that to their audience. So I said, let me come on and practice and see if I go like that where I get more people to watch me.
What lip gloss is? You gotta put on lip gloss.
I did put some. I ain't got no. I put on Vaseline. I need more. I need more. She said I need more, honey. More. Hey, I need more. I need more. Okay.
You're ready.
Okay, come on. Look, here's my prop. Come here, Romeo. Come on, Romeo, get in frame. Okay. Hey.
Hey, Romeo.
For the thumbnail, stay still. No, stay still. You gotta do it for like 60 seconds or 30 seconds. Ew.
Stop.
Come on. He's licking my ear. Ew. Romeo. Mm,
After about 8 years, it's the first time for everything.
ugh. Now you're gonna give me drag, Romeo. I'm gonna be like, she kissed her dog on camera.
That's a quick thumbs up.
Oh, you like my hair, girl? Girl, you know I went on a date with a whole woman man thing. I don't know. No, I'm just playing. Yes, I like my hair too, girl. It's nappy though, girl.
So, sis, are you gonna get this laser surgery?
Yeah, I'm gonna be going to, and I'm gonna take y'all with me. I'm gonna go get I'm going to LaserAway, honey. We will be going to Laser, okay? Yeah, we're gonna be, I don't know, but I don't know. I was told I should charge 99 cents because we did the research and there ain't no black woman, you know, on the West Coast from where I'm at with my complexion that has, did the whole situation with LaserAway, okay? And then, if that goes good, then we gonna go to Sonobella and all that other stuff or whatever to see, okay? Because I had bariatric surgery, okay, and I don't like that my skin, like, I feel like my skin looks like beef jerky,
Look for it.
like beef jerky.
Oh, good. What are you talking about?
Well, that's where the mental illness comes in at. That don't mean it's true. I just said it. I feel that. It's your fault. You're supposed to come down here or whatever. No, you drive me there and make sure they don't press the laser too hard or something. You gotta tell them I'm allergic to. I mean, girl, they said it's like it ain't even that serious. Girl, I just gotta save myself. Like I want to be 20 again. To be fine again. Look at it. You're beautiful. You look like a damn Barbie doll. Mm, mm.
To jump in the bed and suck on some suck on some cushion. Oh, it comfort us up. I'm tired.
She said she feel like, see, she said she won't suck on confidence. Girl, look, when I bought these glasses, they weren't this big. Okay, I lost a lot of weight. No, she said a comforter, like she want to lay down and go to sleep. Okay. Mm. Is y'all? I am so happy that Christmas is a vomitable is one. Okay, now we got to prepare for the new year. Yeah,
Done with the whole Christmas stuff.
but look, girl. Okay, so what? So when I go, what you think is gonna be a problem? Like, okay, so Tara said that I need to when I go there to make them test the spot. But she said when I get in there, they're gonna numb me. They're gonna put numbing cream. Should I take my epi? I'm gonna take my EpiPen.
No, they're gonna know what you're allergic to before you even go in there.
No, they got a list of what I'm allergic to, but I'm gonna take my EpiPen, girl. What they can't use no latex. I can't take Romeo. Say, smile for the camera, Romeo. Isn't he cute? He's a cute dog.
I would take Romeo, and then
Romeo, because he'll run off with he'll run off with the laser. He can bring it home.
Romeo's 5 years old. He don't even have a Rico yet. Why are you taking?
Romeo's Romeo is being a good dog right now, and we need to love him. Mhm. Okay. Okay. Hi. So, yeah, girl. Well, this year, been a lot though. I didn't had surgery. I've had 2 surgeries this year. Okay. My dog died, and then I got Romeo. Look at him trying to get out the car.
Yeah, 3 surgeries. Chocolate had one.
Oh yeah, chocolate. Yeah, chocolate, and then chocolate almost died. And then I decided to get into school, and my cousin came and surprised me this year. And then I met, uh, not in person, but Brother Eagles. What is your experience, being your social media experience for the year been? Like my dog died like right after, like my dog died while I was on live, and I didn't even know it. My dog died. She had a heart. I believe they say she had a heart attack, but I don't know. Shout out to Sandy. We love you, baby. And then yeah. And then Chocolate got sick. She had a disease that's called pymitra. So please spay and neuter your dogs. Well, a female, just get them fixed. Yeah. I don't know. Was there any beefs this year? There was a couple of beefs this year. I wasn't trying to get no beef. We had V. Lenore come over and talk to me like I was in kindergarten, and she had her whole chalkboard, you know, trying to the back chat bullshit. Y'all remember that? We had the back chat bullshit. Um, how many days we got left until the end of the year? How many more days left? Oh, I met this a beautiful lady named uh over on Grown Folks TV. There was a couple of beautiful sisters I met over there.
Yeah, the looser boyfriend situation.
Yeah, I got a chance to talk to Don Cato on uh I got a chance to talk to Don Cato on Grown Folks TV's channel. And I asked him some good questions, I believe. Uh,
The boyfriend situation.
mm.
Had a boyfriend that took you out to dinner.
No, I didn't have no boy. Now, see, now you're lying. That's not true.
But or was it a girlfriend?
You know what? No, I did not. Okay. I got cussed out by multiple people. Mm,
A lot went on this year.
yeah. Yeah. Kwani finally hit my panel. She did that. Kwani finally came by and hit my panel. That was her first time. Yeah, this year has been something else, y'all. How y'all doing? I should have shared it because it's suppressed. Let me turn the light on so you can see my hair grow. Okay, we got 360 degrees of color. Okay, y'all can share me. Okay, I don't come on camera. I don't come on camera that often, so don't do me. All right.
And y'all know I'm not the exciting co-host. I just come on here to be the co-host.
And there go my sister. Oh, well, look, the glory of God is all over. That's why you can't see it. Nobody seen you, girl. It was too much glare.
My drawers. Not my panties, my drawers.
Ain't nothing like a pair of drawers, child. Not your man. I came up with several different. Wait a minute. Why TD Jakes? Look, I tried to warn the kids. I told them that TD Jakes was gonna flag them. You cannot be talking about TD Jakes going to Pound Town and think that you were gonna survive. Okay, he is out here flagging y'all. Okay, and the Potter House gives. What?
Just that man is not his boyfriend. Why is y'all making it his boyfriend?
The Potter House, they've been striking for years. Yeah, you can't be calling TD Jakes a power bottom and think that you're gonna be able to get away with the shits. Okay,
He's a power.
not a power. Well, yeah, well, he's striking bloggers. Bloggers and vloggers are getting strikes. What's his name? Got a strike. One of my first strikes was from the Potter House. You can't use his
Tattletale said high hopes for 2024.
I do too.
The past years so kind of like what I like it's preceding year. Oh,
But I mean,
for 2024.
I built some good relationships.
Oh, yeah.
I've cussed some people out. I mean, I had surgery and I wait a minute. No, I didn't. No, girl, confused. Wait a minute. I had one surgery this year, girl. I had weight loss surgery in October last year. But I was still healing. But I did have a very serious surgery. I did.
This year's been a roller coaster for me because I've had to pretty much see a lot of people through life this year.
Yeah.
That was heavy on me because sometimes when you take all the burdens for other people, that becomes kind of heavy.
Yeah.
And not only just that.
And she's referring. I'm one of those people. Sorry, Tara.
No, you're not.
I stress her. Hi, Terry.
Okay. Hey, Minister Terry. I have my own little things that I go through, as far as
Can y'all hear Tara?
light depression.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they can hear me. Oh yeah, I'm going through a slight little time where I'm going through depression, but it's like not really a depression that sticks with you. It's like kind of like depression that comes and goes.
That's
So I'm
called
going through that. You know what
that's
I'm saying?
called grieving. You're grieving, sister. That's called grieving.
So
You are going through it.
it'll be a year, that my mom will be gone. So
Yeah.
and I'm right now not knowing how to take it because it haven't been a year yet, but coming up on it.
Hmm.
I that New Year, so it's kind of no, no, no. It's going to be New Year's, and it's going to be a new year. So
Well, I mean, I don't think that I don't think there's no magic. You know what I'm saying? There's no magic way when you lose a loved you have with, yeah, especially your mother. There's science that represents when, a piece of the brain, um, you know, uh, dies. The cells in the brain, when you lose a parent, when you lose a parent, especially a mother. It happens with the father too, but there's something that just happens to the something around the central cortex of the brain, or whatever. It's a scientific fact, and that's because you're interconnected, soul to soul, brain. You know what I'm saying? It's normal to go through grieving. I still grieve over my mother. And when my mother passed, and you've been there for me all these years, and your mother said, you're not going. No, I'll be your mother. You know, like, you shared your mother with me. Like, Tara, my sister. Look, y'all on YouTube. I don't know if there was a raffle or whatever, but I tell you something. I might don't have no numbers, but God sure done blessed me with some good, beautiful women and sisters. Tara's my sister. I, you know, it's been rough, but like through all it all, I met Tara, you know, and there's a couple of other ladies. Y'all know who you are, but Tara, she a gift. She a gift to me and my kids, man. Yeah, she's a gift to me, and I'm very appreciative of her. Mhm.
I love my sister. Y'all know that.
Yeah, and shout out to Sister Kayla. We love you. I love you, baby. So things might don't go the way that we want them to, or the way that we expect them. Yeah, yeah, and then
Shout to um, everything's gonna be okay. I mean, at this point, this is something that I have to. I don't know. I have to grit my teeth and bear because one thing about my mom, she's forever with me. I think a person is only dead when the thought of them dies. You know what I mean?
hmm
So at this point, she's forever living, and she's gonna always be with you. So I thank you for that.
yeah, mom is there. Our mothers are there. Our family members are there with us in spirit, and we have to deal with the
Oh yeah.
emotions, like, um the feeling, the memories, the just all kinds of stuff. Y'all that have your mother and your father, hold on to them, please. Make it right with them, even if you don't like them. Just try to find a way to make. Yes, yes, he does. Yeah.
One thing about it, we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. But when it's something that's placed upon our hearts, and take the initiative to care for our parents, it's always something good to come out of that.
Mm-hmm.
The Father sees all of that. He sees everything. So yeah, that's why he's blessed. Like no, he's blessed more than what he knows. You know what I'm saying? He's blessed more than what a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah. And his mother, you haven't. She is. I'm for real. She is so. She's so pretty. She is so pretty. I love Eagle's mom. I love her. I hope I'm not sharing too much, but yes, that's my mama. He's sharing her with me, so I appreciate that.
My brother in
In a spiritual aspect, yeah, that's my spiritual mother. She's so beautiful. Hmm. And see, these are the things in regards to social media and especially I would say in regards to this algorithm on YouTube in this area, sis, that doesn't get like discussed. I think it's a lot of fluff and negativity and a lot of backbiting and a lot of unnecessary stuff. A lot of people are afraid to come online. Like I don't show myself on camera. A lot of the times is because it's just so demonic. I don't feel comfortable doing that often. What Brother Terry say? Please put roses and forgiveness there.
Minister Terry said, please give a person their roses and forgiveness while they are alive. He said, not after they're dead. Please celebrate a person's life and accomplishments while they are alive, not after they're dead. And he's exactly right about that because honestly, my mom lived with me, until her passing and stuff like that. So me and her, we got so many good memories. That's why I always say, she's that dead thing is only for the dead. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a person that's of the living. So at the end of the day, and I know I serve a living Father. But at the end of the day, I'm always see my mom as a living being. Whether she's on, in the flesh, or now that she's taken off the flesh, I still see her as a living being.
Mm.
So you're right about that.
Mm. Yeah.
And I take her with me, like, everywhere I go, just everything I do as I wake up. And like, just like me and Nicole was just talking, and, she looked at me and she said, dang, Tara, you remind me of your mom. And it's crazy because I always say that's my dark skinned twin. You know what I mean? So it's not a day that go by I can't, see her just, in my own flesh. You know what I'm saying? So, and the things that she's taught me, and just so many things. So I know she's omnipresent with me.
Yeah.
But I thank you, Minister, for everything. You're exactly right.
Yeah, she's in the center of your face. She in the center of your face.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, no, you always look like your mom, but there's something that that like I don't know, maybe it's something I'm coming up with in my own head, but I don't think so in regards to science, and how the Bible and love and family and stuff like that when we, you know, yeah, you look just like her. Yeah, you look just like her, girl. Go put that up by the mirror. You look just like her.
I know it.
Yeah.
My dog skin twin, baby.
Mm-hmm. Mama had skin look like a Twix bar. Beautiful skin and beautiful head. And me and her would just kiki. Yeah, we would just laugh.
It's a blessing to be able to share her with you.
Yeah. I mean, I can't believe that, that's why Tara is different. Like, you shared your mother with me, your mom. That's deep. I don't think people understand that. Like, she didn't have to, she didn't have to share her, she didn't have to share her mother with me.
Just say, come.
We would, yeah, and we'd be laughing. She told me, she said, we rebuked that depression on you, baby. She said, I want you to get up. She said, I don't understand the YouTube thing. She said, but I want you to get up, Miss Pretty. Yeah. Get up. Get up, get out and do something. Yeah, I loved her too. Yeah. So, and we would laugh. She was like, so when you find, she said, she would say, one of the things we would joke about, she would say, so what you gonna do when they all line up waiting for you? And I was like, what you mean? What you gonna do? She said, when they all line up, who you gonna choose? I said, well, I hope I picked the one that God has for me. She said, yeah, but she said before then, when you play, what you we would just laugh about, because we would joke about how I've been abstinent and stuff for a while, and she just said that it was time for me to live life and be social, you know.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, she's yeah. Mm.
She was a believer in you. You know what I mean? Mama lived her life to the fullest. So it's nothing that nobody could have told her, nothing that, she was just that type of person. She lived and she learned.
And she know I lived, but she knew that I had stopped. She knew that I had lived, but she knew I stopped, and I was all teeter tottering. Like, she know I got book smarts and from other people's stories, but she knew I ain't really, you know what I'm saying? It's been a long time since I've been out there. She knew that, and she was like, don't waste your life sitting back being sad.
Enjoy life.
That's why she would call me and be like, how many men we got on the list tonight? Not like we were doing anything negative, but just the experience. Because she said you do learn things through meeting men from different, because God put men here for a reason, is what she would say, and to observe them and let them observe you has nothing to do with sex, just communication. And there's blessings in those things. It's just deep. It's just like, yeah, she right. Because my mom was the same way. In regards to experiencing of people, loving on people, having conversations with people. And, she didn't want me to become angry because of what I experienced. She didn't want me to become hard. She said, because that's what happens to pretty girls. She always tell me how pretty I was. She said that, like, it want to heart you like a statue. Yeah.
And you know that will happen, since the Father hardens hearts and He lightens hearts.
Mm.
So it's just, we have to give Him room enough to do what He have to do, and and the word say He do want us to be appreciative of it. You know what I mean? It might seem like, oh yeah, we're in a place where we're by ourselves, or we're lonely, and we're this or that. But the Father put you there for a reason, so that you can seek Him first before all things. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I look at it when I have my downtime. Yeah, because hey, I mean, I just recently got into a relationship, and I went without dating for a while. So
yeah,
I can understand just what you're saying when it comes to that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And then, me and your mom, we talked about my, my adoption. Your mother did, your mother dealt with me with my spirit. She wanted me to be self-aware. And, she didn't want me to, she knew I would get really sad a lot and depressed. She didn't want me to be like that because she said it would kill me. Yeah.
You know what Minister Terry just said? He said to you, he said, Nicole, please don't be surprised. Your godly inner light. That what say what your godly inner light that help lead people to the great Lord Jesus Christ and the Holy Father.
Oh, thank you, brother. And me and your mother, we talked about the Father. We did. We talked about the Father a lot, sis. You know,
Saying to me, your mother talked about the information meant to the lady.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Because she said you got them, girls. And she said that we would be. Yeah, I'm sorry. Right.
It can be a man that comes into your life for a reason and be there only for that one reason. And that can be as a friendship, that can be in
Yeah, that's what your mama taught.
A relationship, whatever. But at the end of the day, yes, men do provide information to the ladies, to us ladies, that can help us lead our life in direction and where we need to be. Because you got to understand, the Father works in the man. Man, Adam came before Eve. So it's no way that we can be on this earth and don't take heed to what the information men are giving. You know what I'm saying? Now, how we perceive that information, then that's different. You know what I mean? If you want to open your legs to it or you want to, open your ears, that's different. But at the end of the day, you're right. It's the information that the men give to us that we have to be conscious of.
And that's what your when me and your mom would discuss, she was very concerned that I would shut that portion out of my life. We talked about that a lot. She was like, you don't have to date or whatever, but she was like, you can't, that's another.
You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That was she was like, no, you need to be around men. You need to be around, you need to talk to men. How would you know what's wrong with a man if you don't, or what their issues are if you don't talk to them? You know, you know. I don't think that she was concerned that I was, be a lesbian or nothing like that. Yeah. I don't think that she was concerned since I was a lesbian or something, but she just was like, that's not healthy. You're supposed to talk to men. You're a woman. Like, that concerned her that I wasn't dating. She wanted me to go out and at least, yeah. Mm-mm.
It's not even the conversation that y'all had. Yeah.
Yeah. Like we just sitting up here. Mm-mm. Okay. I always get confused about.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You aren't supposed to call any other father because you have a father, you have a daddy, and you have pappys.
Ooh, not no, sis, not.
To break it down further.
Girl, go ahead and give it to her, honey.
What you saying?
Go ahead and give it to her. Hmm. Hmm. Right, not in the spiritual aspect, right? Hmm.
Right. You know, from a spiritual standpoint, you only have one father.
Yeah.
From an earthly realm, or earthly standpoint, you have a daddy and a daddy.
Yeah. Hmm. Hmm.
So it ain't nothing to be confused about that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's deep.
And the father is biological, the daddy is by choice.
All right.
He wrote it just like it was supposed to be. So daddy goes through. It comes through. See?
Mm. 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 Mm.
In the same way with the mother. Our biological mother is Mother Earth, Mother Gaia. See what I'm saying? But our biological mama would be the one that gave birth to us.
Mm.
When we come through the portal, as they call it.
Well, girl, I'm adopted, so I don't know. You know,
Sure, you know.
no, I mean, I get it, but then, I just, I don't try to throw that in there as a justification for my food, whatever, but I think I deal with the fact that I'm adopted to the best that I can, but I mean, it does have an extreme psychological effect on me. My behavior, how I deal with people, um, yeah, I know it does. I ain't gonna lie about that.
But you know what though, sis? To be honest with you,
Mm.
it shouldn't. Because you are who you are. You know what I'm saying? You
Mm.
wasn't built to be your parents. So it should be no confusion there. Now, if something happened to you and you have to go get a blood transfusion,
Yeah, well, that's the part. It's more, yeah, that's the different. Yeah, the makeup. Like, even if I don't want it to be that way, that doesn't concern. It's still there. Why does your feet twitch? When, okay, for instance, you know, um, I'm 43. I've always had a very young, youthful face. And I looked in the mirror and I said, damn, I've aged, which we're all supposed to age. And then when I started doing research, how you age is based on your DNA. I can't blame my daddy for that. The man that raised me, my mother, you know. I mean, I don't even know how they age. I don't got pictures of the elders in the family. Shit, what if they all child? I'm just saying. That I mean, shit. I ain't trying to be vain, but I'm just trying to keep it real. You know, in the business of dealing.
I want you to read what Minister Terry just dropped in here.
She gonna tell me, don't worry about it. So
Read what read
I
what he
can't.
just said out loud.
I can't. My hand itching. No, because I can, but I can't.
See it?
It's blurry. I see. Let me see. What? Okay. Yes. Yeah.
So what you taking from that?
Them.
Anything from that?
That's deep. Look.
You broke up.
Look. Let me just say this. That's just deep. Like that's a whole like Moses, Nicole being a doc. I don't even feel like that should even be in the same sentence sometimes.
Wait, what? I can't hear you.
No, I was reading what he said.
It's bargain. What you say?
We borging?
Say repeat what he said.
No, I mean he said Nicole Reloader, remember Moses was adopted. Look how the great Lord Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit used him and helped bring the Israelites out of Egypt.
So what you saying?
Huh?
So what are you taking from that? You take anything from that?
I don't is that a comparison? Like
Compare.
I don't know, it's deep for me because, I don't know. I don't be trying to throw out that I'm adopted because I want empathy or sympathy or whatever. I mean, it just already is what it is. Then I don't know. I don't get it. I told y'all towards the end, yeah, I get in my feel. I don't.
This is what I'm getting. Sorry, y'all, because I'm halfway new. Hold on.
Yeah, girl.
Okay. This is what I took from it. What he's telling you is being lighted.
Right.
The fact that you are adopted.
Uh-huh.
What he's telling you is basically Moses went through the same thing. Great deeds came from it.
Okay.
What he's telling you is the Father don't see none of that. You see what he makes. You see what he creates.
Mm.
And at the end of the day, just like Moses, he came up from a bad place. He was put here for a reason, whether he knew his reasoning or not.
Mm-hmm.
The Father knew his reasoning.
Okay.
And in the process of that, where he thought he was in a dark place being adopted,
Mm-hmm.
and not knowing himself, the Father knew just what conditions he wanted for him and we're going to put him in. And he used him in those conditions, in that light of being adopted, to help bring the Israelites out of their adoption into a place where they were born to be, their birthright, and that's Egypt.
Mm.
So basically, what he's telling you is, don't worry about that adoption part. Use your gifts, your talents, and what the Father has enlightened you with and put in you to help bring people out of their dark place and continually do his works.
Mm-hmm.
And with that being said,
shit, you scared the fuck. Oh, I'm sorry for cussing. I'm sorry.
okay.
You scared. Don't do that.
And with that being said, not only
Are you crying? Why are you crying? Girl, don't do that. I'm live right now. What are you doing? The dog has hit me in the face with his tail and he has his ass in my face. Why are you crying? Because, like,
They keep being mean to the old lady on time.
But you're being mean to me. I'm the old lady in real life.
No. And like
They beat up the old lady on Darman?
they said they were and you have to
But that's how you treat me. The dog is waving his ass in my face. Take him in that house with you. Oh, this is some bullshit. Some bullshit. I can't. Girl, she didn't watch the Darman. She watched the Darman video and she said the old lady in the video got mistreated and she crying because the Darman video. And I'm like, but I'm an old lady. And she's like, we're not talking about you. We're talking about the lady in the video. So I was like, well, you know.
But she knelt that right in the bud.
He can't win, so.
You know what I was saying before, just taking heed that great things came out of darkness. When Moses thought, hey, you know what? Here I am in a place of no man's land. I don't know who my people are. He knew who the Father was, and the Father knew who he was.
Yeah.
And not only that, he gave him a I want to say, he gave him
What a direction?
well, it's even bigger than that. So I didn't want to say direction, but I'll just use that word now. He gave him a direction in which to go, not only to lead Yahshua's people, Yahweh's people, to a greater place out of their adoption, which was Egypt.
That is deep.
Into a great place, but he gave them milk and honey, which was Israel rather. He gave them a great place, which was Egypt, which was a land of milk and honey. You know what I'm saying? I kind of botched that up, but you know what I mean.
Okay.
So use your light. Use your light for greatness. Don't worry about where you came from.
Well, I gotta know where I came from to know where I'm going. See, because there's a lot there. See, because I it's not that I'm not sad or I'm not.
In a spiritual realm.
Okay, you talking about okay. Okay. I don't know. I just know that there's some stuff there. In regards to the adoption and all that. There's something there. A lot there. Not a little is a lot. A lot of emotion, a lot of feedback. There's a lot there.
Yeah, it could be a hole. It can be something missing.
Yeah.
But you gotta fulfill that. You gotta.
But for me, the whole like I don't even know how to explain it. It ain't like, do I sit back and be like, no, I wish it was never adopted. I hate the fact that I was adopted. Yeah. No, that's not. That's not how I feel.
I don't know.
I don't feel like that's not that. I don't feel like that. That's not what it's more of in regards to the construction of the family unit is my issue. Okay. All right. Now that we know that that we adopted, okay. Now that we know, now what do we do? Do we repair? Because it's some heavy shit. I'm not mad at my biological mother. See, people think that I wanted to vote for Donald Trump just because. No, I don't like Kamala Harris because she was on that board that helped take away babies, black babies, away from black women and didn't support them to for reconciliation. You know, that's my issue with her. And put a lot of people in jail, in prison for drug use. And then you find out that she's a heavy weed smoker. That's the type of shit I don't like.
But ain't Kamala Harris foot up?
Mm.
Isn't she kind of mixed with something? Maybe her
Yeah, she's Jamaican or something. She's not black. She's not what we would call an African American. I don't think.
Yeah, Jamaican people.
Aren't they Pacific Islanders? Her mother is Asian. She's not black. Not by what they are. Not what they debate about in the beef sector. Kamala Harris is not what you would consider as a, you know, her father is Jamaican.
Uh-huh.
But regardless even of that, she's an African American woman. That's not even a thing. I'm talking about what the lady supported, with what she supported. A lot of people don't like to discuss this, but in California, many years ago, was one of the states. That's why they use that as the test state. Now, I am not a doctor, I'm not a judge or anything. This is just my opinion, and I am extremely confused why I'm stating this right now. Okay, this is not facts. Okay, you consider what the facts are. You find the truth, then you hold it. Okay? Just trying to be within the rules and regulations of YouTube. Now, in regards to Kamala, okay, and all of these other people back then, African American women were being used as pawns. The crack epidemic happened. Yeah. The crack epidemic was very serious. They got offered deals for their babies. I was one of those babies. I got a problem with that. Now, we can talk about politics. We'll do it on a later day because I don't want to get flagged tonight. We can get flagged on another day, but not tonight. What they did, they used African American women as baby machines, testers, allegedly, for birth control. And they fed them. Okay, girl, I don't want to get into all that. It's too much. Gave them crack. Why didn't nobody ever ask how crackheads was able to continuously smoke crack?
Nobody give a damn.
Or how all those guns ended up in Chicago.
Nobody cares.
Well, so there's a lot of us that care. Because the baby boomers
Continually smoke crack. Why are all these guns study being shipped?
they dropped all them guns off in Chicago.
Those questions, but they got no answers.
When people try to provide the answers, they're suppressed. They changed the law. There used to be what you would call well, okay. There was closed adoptions. They went right to the hospital and took them babies out of the uterus before the babies could even be born. Already CPS investigations, already offered them money and halfway houses. The shit that they did. My mother told me what they did to her. They didn't give her any respiratory. They didn't give her any form of stability if she wanted to keep her baby. I'm not saying that, you know what I'm saying, turn back the hands of time. No, she made the right decision, but what they did to our mothers. They did it to poor white women. They did it to poor white women. They did it to poor Indian women. But African American women led the charge. Shout out to Dr. Jackie, saying that black women complain too much. Huh? Because we want to get time off of work. Or married to medicine, but this is the people that our people serve because they're skinny or whatever, because they just, whatever their presence is, they look good. They look good to you. And they have numbers. They look good. Is the sound? I don't know what to do about that. Let me see. Because I don't know. Because I'm in a car. So I don't know what to do. What is it doing?
It sounds robotic a little bit. I don't know. It's not organ or nothing. It just sounds robotic.
Probably because the car is shaking. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, probably because you're in your car. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised though, girl.
Like, share, and subscribe to this video. Like, share, subscribe.
You know.
Share the video.
I'm on my other phone. Okay, I'm back, y'all.
Oh.
Yeah. But, like I was saying, sis, in regards to, like, a lot of the stuff, I don't know. I need to see if I can, because when I try to talk to my biological mother about it, she gets very upset. The things that they did to her uterus, the things they did to her body. The most beautiful thing,
Imagine that being hard on the mom,
girl, mom, on black women, they manipulated. They did a lot of manipulation, a lot of manipulation, a lot of manipulation. They separated them. They tried to offer them checks for babies. I was one of them.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm thankful for my mother and my mother and father that raised me, sis. That's not it. It's the.
But nowadays, you have parents, 2 kids, more than 2 kids. The government, the state want to know, can you take care of them and how? You know what I mean? So it's definitely a different time in dispensation that we're living in. So
It's just it's the same old song, honey. It's just got more bass. If you are a minority or an African American or a poor Caucasian, you need to have to know your constitution, because CPS will be coming for you too. It's just that the white babies to get adopted and the niggas won't. It just they take black babies like candy, and then the black men get locked. They get locked up. It's the same cycle.
they don't really discriminate against the Puerto Rican and the Mexican woman, because you have 39 dang kids, and as long as they see the dad in the household, it's not an issue.
Yeah, but what they do is they kill them. I have so much paperwork, and then when you find out when I found out that I was adopted, it went from just being adopted, then it went to the blood. Like, what type of blood you got in you? What, is you a B positive or B negative? How good is it came to how strong is this body? Whole different, the fuck? And it seemed like the more that they wanted my body to be strong, the weaker my body got. See, because I had to build a whole medical file for my family, for my children. Whole medical file. It had to be erased. See, and they let that shit go on, and they knew. I'm not talking about my parents, the medical field. They knew I was adopted. They were giving me medicine that they knew that my body was allergic to. They made me sick, literally sick. They didn't give a fuck about me or my family. Yes, CPS, Child Protective Service. CPS workers are trained. They teach them to know the Constitution. But when they come to your house to mess with you, they're not going to bring the Constitution up. They're supposed to be about restoration, restoring. Huh?
Your sound is good now.
Oh, thank you, my sister. It's supposed to be about restoration. It's not supposed to be about separation. CPS is supposed to keep the mother with the child with the mother, and the child with the father. Why you see all those court stuff, and you see black men in shackles coming in because they have to ask him, are you going to, even if you're in prison, you still have rights to your child? Your rights can't be terminated just because you got locked up, just because you disabled.
It depends on what you get locked up for.
Well, if you're a child, that should be common sense, though.
Because some people,
I know everybody don't know, but I mean, hopefully over here they got enough common sense.
Yeah, but they
I shouldn't have to. I just don't feel like I should have to explain over here. If you a child molester, you would have rights. But child molesters have rights to their kids, girl.
They do, but they shouldn't.
But they do. If they didn't molest their child, if they didn't violate their child, they can violate another child, but they can still have a right. A man can molest. A man can molest a child, and the young girl can have a baby, and he can get out and have a right to visitations, a right to legal and physical custody of that child, because the law is not in place because of the Constitution.
Good. I'm in place.
No. No, they ain't. Well, I mean, shit. No, I mean, no. These men, girl, these men can see, and there are women that are violators. If you go and look and see what's going on, there are women that are knocking off their children like 95 going south.
Shit, look at Jaguar riding solo.
You know what? We shall overcome.
But that damn boy.
You, man, Solar light skinned. He, leave him alone.
He get a pass.
No, I didn't say he get a pass. I just said he light skinned. He light skinned and got pink lips. Leave him alone.
Yeah, girl.
No, don't leave him alone. We'll get on him when my mind is focused. We ain't talking about him and his kids. We talking about our shit. Okay, they get enough airtime. The fuck?
I'm just saying.
What's real is real. What's fake is fake. Is no in between. The stuff that my mother, the stuff that they told me that they did to my biological mother. I know my biological sisters probably wouldn't feel too much of me talking about this, but it's the truth. She gave me permission. She said, "You tell." What they did to her body. There was others that they wanted to have that they wanted to rip out the womb because they wanted our inside parts, right? Our uterus, our fallopian tube. That's why I get so frustrated about in regards to the gay agenda. They use all of us. It ain't got nothing to do with someone being gay. They just use that as a weapon, as mass destruction, so we don't be able to produce on both ends, even heterosexuals. It's a game.
I don't know, because
We would like to ask who's listening. What did
ain't nobody use Babylon. Babylon used people, so the father tore that thing down. So I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Well, I would like to know what if I know everybody don't want Donald Trump, in office, the insurrection. But what about the uterus of black women? What has Kamala Harris done since she's been in office?
Well, I can honestly say it's up to you to protect your own uterus.
You can't protect your uterus if it's put.
I shouldn't expect for them to.
No, we should expect for them to be able. Doctors should. When you go to the gynecologist, that doctor should protect your body. That's what they take an oath, and they should. They should let you know if there's a lesion there.
They should protect my information.
No, yeah,
They should protect my information, but it's up to me.
No, yeah, to an extent, but you're not a doctor. they're educated. They're educated on that regard. If you present them with family history, hypertension, I'm just saying, just overall hypertension, cholesterol, depression, or whatever it could be that's in your family tree. Those are things that can use to expand upon the life of the people in our family. If women are more, how you doing, my love? How you doing, mama? And you tell me if I'm wrong, Fifi. They encourage women, especially on the West Coast, to get the inside of them scraped out. How many times y'all done heard Storm Moreau do reads and roast about women on the West Coast of Nevada, the West Coast, not just Nevada. I mean just the West Coast, Atlanta. I don't know if it's considered the West Coast, but um, there's parts of the West Coast, different bits and pieces. I don't know everything, but I'm just saying in regards to the geographical, but how it's okay to scrape the inside. How many African American women do you know that have been encouraged to have hysterectomies? Full hysterectomies and partial hysterectomies.
Right.
How many? And tell you it's all right, but they won't even supply you with the hormones.
They will get you according to your flow, how your how your visitor come, your granny come.
Wait. How you right? Yeah. Which they're not supposed to just do it based on the flow. Black women bleed heavy. We just bleed heavy. Period. Black women bleed heavy because for whatever reason we just carry the weight in our bodies, our bones, our soul.
Right, and if you don't have Bible, nothing, I mean, you should be okay.
Yeah, but how many African American women, if they don't have fibroids, they have cysts. If they don't have cysts, they deal with extreme. I said extreme. This is just my opinion and my experience. I am not a doctor. I am not a lawyer. I ain't none of that. I'm just a mama, a black mother. Some might say ain't black. Am I black? I don't know. I'm adopted. Shit. Am I black?
Some might say you ain't no mama, but you got 2 grandkids.
Child. What you say, Mama Fifi? Mama Fifi said, "Not me, baby." I've been talking. So what are you referring to, Mama Fifi? Not me. You said not me, baby. What you referring to when you said that? I love you, by the way. Now I know that it's not. I know that it's not every. I'm not saying okay. Okay. She said not me. She said they used hormones to treat my cysts. But my whole point is that you had cysts. They did something to us. I have my doctor, God rest her soul, passed away, and she said what they did to our body. Hold on. Okay, then that's good. Your doctor, then you had a good doctor. You had a good doctor. My doctor didn't, but she passed away.
Right, and see, that's the thing, Mama Fifi. A lot of doctors will tell you if you are having heavy menstrual cycles, the best thing for you is to get a hysterectomy. Not all doctors will tell you, but most doctors will tell you that. And that's the way they consider, I mean, that's the way they get us to consider ripping our bodies apart, you know. And it's not something that
I'm glad to hear that too.
it's something that they would say you decided to do.
I'm glad that she said that.
At the end of the day, what I'm saying is without that influence, don't even, that's not the first go-to for us as Black women.
Well, a lot of Black women don't even know. They don't even know because you're bleeding. You got to go to work. You can't. And this is not every Black women. It's not every. I don't know what to do. There's nothing I can do. Is my sound okay? Y'all do sound check over on that end. I got it as loud as I can. I'll have to switch devices to make it louder. Yeah, to empty your parts, to get rid of your parts. Okay, and this is the other thing. They say that and some will say a hysterectomy has changed my life. It has made me better. I don't bleed no more. But ask that man how that husband, how that hysterectomy affected him. She said my sound's great. Good, rather. I think it's just because we bleeding. You know what? I'm gonna get the house phone. That's what I think it is, babe. But listen, now, and I don't know everything, y'all. I'm just saying from the people that I've spoke to, and my prior doctor, and God rest her soul. My mama told me, she said, unless you get cancer, she said, God forbid. She said, don't let them take your female parts out of you. And I'm struggling. I'm going through all kinds of female stuff, trying to hold on to my female parts. And the part to me, and the part, it ain't even, it's just not even that. The scar tissue and the surgery. When I carried Cheyenne, I had 27 tumors. See, look at that. She said my niece had a hysterectomy at 31 years old. The fuck? Girl,
Wait, what?
she not the only one. Cause I asked my daughter, ask the ladies if they're okay to disclose about how many of us that had hysterectomies. She said my niece had a hysterectomy at 31. Should no 31-year-old woman should be having no hysterectomy.
Where you see that?
We have to realize the inside parts, even the tissues. The tissues, our uterus, our fallopian tubes, the mortality in regards to African American women are the highest in the United States and around the world.
What she said, her niece is 31 years old and had a hysterectomy. The craziest part is that they're trying to get people to do it in their 20s. They're trying to get kids to do it at 18. As soon as you're able to have any intercourse, they're encouraging these things. You see? And it's the same thing. It's, trying to get us to have these abortions. go hand in hand. The
But
earlier
then
they can catch you, the more they feel it's a prevention.
my mama, my biological mother told me, I said, what did they do to you after they convinced you? Because she did the right thing. She said, I had issues, I couldn't take care, but she said I stuck with them hand in hand to make sure that you went to a good family. Like you had to go to a good family. And after she, go ahead, honey.
Once they convince so many African American sisters to get hysterectomies, where do that leave our African American brothers?
Yeah, gay.
You see what I'm saying?
And I mean that humbly and respectfully. I mean that humbly and respectfully. If you look in regards to the numbers of African American women and African American, males, the women that can produce, and now we got women that just, I don't. Oh Lord, I ain't trying to get flagged because I just don't think. It's just a lot of stuff. And I'm telling you, my biological, if I don't know, she would let me, because I don't know, she would let me interview her. She probably, of course, she wouldn't do it live, but I'm going to ask her if she is willing to share. She told me that I can share what she's already told me, but I would like for her to reiterate it on what they went through, the women. She giving birth on one table, and on the other side, they snatching out cervix and uteruses and fallopian tubes. And then they gave them these vouchers and dropped them right off in the middle where all the crack and drugs was being sold. Sick. Sick. Mm.
The new world, child. It's new world order.
And it wasn't just in California. It happened in Florida too. There was a few states that were very heavy. Why do you think everybody running to the West Coast? So they can snatch out uteruses like candy. They tested on us like we were. My mama said, no matter what you do, if you can, you die with your uterus. They harmed my mother that adopted me, harmed her body, not just her. And then when they get in the body, they would mess with your mind. They were getting us to be okay to separate from our children, our potential children, and our physical aspect. Yeah, but this is what I would like to know. Are they encouraging other hues? Now, some would say they feel great. But if you had an option to keep your insides, some would say, Nicole, you're just suffering. You're suffering. Tara? Oh, Lord, I can't hear you, baby.
You can't hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. I had told my niece's husband went through hell. Wait, my niece's husband went through hell with her hormone. Right. And see, that's the other thing that they don't want to talk about. Don't no man want to deal with no woman. It's more to it than we're more than just our uterus and cervix and so on and so forth. I'm not just saying that. Like, there's levels. But when you remove a woman's inside parts, they do something to them psychologically. And their body automatically goes. So your niece went into menopause is what happened. Because it ain't nothing there to create the hormones. She probably was a whole wreck, screaming and yelling and frustrated. See, she said yes. It does something when you remove the uterus from the body. And what man's supposed to say? How they supposed to talk with that with their homeboy? Yeah, my wife got a hysterectomy. A lot of men state, even if the vaginal walls are tight, the woman is empty. Some, not all, are empty. That the man, they're empty. What they do is dump out all their anger and frustration, and they don't know what they just so confused. It's like a woman pregnant on steroids times a million. She's upset, she's hot, she's cold, she's not sad, she's mad at everybody. That's because she's been violated. You ain't supposed to be ripping out wombs. No. But we supposed to be okay with it. And then you look at why black women and men ain't getting along. Because they keep removing stuff from us. From our natural physical form, our pheromones that keep us where we supposed to be like this.
I would say come without blemish, right?
Well, that's why they want to blemish us. It makes us empty.
Brought you into this life. When you into this life with, should leave with it out this life with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now let me tell you something. That don't mean okay if you got a broken. That don't mean if you got a broken arm or you need a knee replacement. Don't get that knee replaced. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the other thing that they deal with too. How many African Americans do you know that they got fucked up knee replacements? That's the other part that they do. I just can't. Let me shut up.
Right.
Because they start with the top.
So to find right to know.
And then they move down. But they'll make you keep them raggedy ass tonsils that you had forever until they start to explode and get cysts on them now. Huh? Don't do that. Tara, don't have me yelling and screaming. I'm showing myself on camera. I'm gonna pee on myself. I'm gonna get so mad. We don't want to talk about this. They'll keep you with a tooth. They'll keep you with a tooth. The bad teeth is what's leaking into your uterus and your cervix. In your heart.
Ain't it? They'll keep you with that big yellow teeth in the front. But
it's all right. You shit all on the left side, just rotten.
Okay. Y'all got me. I'm so tired. I'm gonna see what y'all.
You know what, Tard? I'm going. They're gonna put me in YouTube jail, child. I just you no, she didn't bring up whole left side of your mouth, all the left side, all this, just all toe up, all of this, all toe up. No uterus, no goddamn back teeth, just dead as a dough, child. And then they sprinkle you with a pre-diabetic. And give you a head of cholesterol. Y'all better know what the hell going on. And why you think the women and the men ain't getting along? Because they emasculate the African American male. They didn't turn him into Puss in Boots. Let me shut up. Girl,
Puss in Boots, child. The Puss in the Boots.
I don't know where that came from, child. I don't know what that came, but yeah, Puss in Boots. Puss in Boots.
I'm glad women can't get. I'm glad we can't get all the surgeries that these men go out and get. I'm glad.
Mm.
Couldn't be able to get them. What you transforming into?
An empty vessel.
Damn surgery.
Ain't no cushion in there.
What?
And I'm not, and this is no disrespect to women that have hysterectomies. I'm not saying that. But ain't the old saying there should be some cushion for the pusher?
Like ones that run out and get these surgeries and know they don't need them.
Oh, well, that's a whole different, you know what? Yeah. All the stuff that they taking and removing, they doing a build the bitch. Yeah.
Women going out there and hysterectomies at a young age because they don't want to have children. The world
Well, a doctor should go to jail for doing something like that. Mm. No, you mean them trans kids they doing that shit anyway. But that's the problem that is being encouraged. Broken body.
It's not being encouraged by.
And next one, let me put this up here. My niece's husband went through hell. Because the body off balance. It ain't stable. You supposed to have a foundation. You got an unstable foundation. How are you able to walk? You can't even walk barefoot. It's too much shrapnel there.
But it's with the brain.
Yeah, but that's what they get first. But that's what they get first, though.
Nobody's trying to fix the brain, but everybody trying to fix these bodies.
Mm. You heard what my sister said? Yeah. And they removed that
from within and see it on the outside. My niece's husband went through hell with
the hormones. Yeah.
With the HR hormone.
Yeah, because she had to get the hormones because they took the hysterectomy. And they'll try to. I went to the doctor, y'all. I went to the doctor. They said, "Why you want to make yourself suffer like that?"
Those hormonal changes. You go through them hormonal changes. Not explaining to you is that throughout those hormonal changes, sometimes a woman don't even feel like a woman.
She becomes. I've had men tell me, even if the woman was happy, I'm not saying all, but from men, and I've talked to hundreds, they say that the woman is not the same. And they said it's different. This is what I've been told by different men. It's different if she had cancer or something, but if they were manipulated and it got removed, there's an emptiness in them. When they go to make love to them, even if it feels good, even if it's tight, there's something empty inside of them. And men can feel that. Wait, what'd she say? HREF hormones change. Look, I don't know everything, y'all. Wait a minute. The reason doctors are encouraging hysterectomies is that they want to get a sample of. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. You better know us that are black got stuff in us that others don't have. Girl, this is deep, child. It made my head hurt. Mm-mm. Hold on, y'all. I ain't go to the bathroom.
Girls talk about older women.
Can y'all hear Tara? I'll be right back.
So what I was saying is that's why I hate to hear young girls talk about older women. A young girl will say, what the older woman got on her other than age and time? Maturity, education, knowledge. Because at the end of the day, a lot of things that we go through, being that we are aging, these young girls don't take time enough to take heed and look at so that they, when it's come times for them to go through those things, they'll have an understanding of why you got why you get hot flashes and the carrying on. You see what I'm saying? But yet they will put that down, and that's right, experience. They put those things down because they have lack of knowledge. But at the end of the day, all of those things are the things that the body needs through to get them here, to get us all here. So that's why I don't understand, why it's not, and that's again too, why we not like educating each other on being feminine. You know, it's a femininity crisis going around, and it seems like it's being picked up by the transgender. Transgender men are trying to be more feminine than a biological woman, and that way they call themselves fish or femmes or whatever else. But that they can have that fish name, but you can never be femme. You know what I'm saying? Because it's too much experience goes into being a feminine woman. You know, even being a masculine woman, if that's what you call yourself. But it's too much. It's too many things go into being a woman for a person that's not of the not a womb man to understand. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's just a lot. But at the end of the day, I encourage most and every older woman, queer woman, to educate these younger women on what it takes for us to be the women that we are today. Like when I was coming up, my grandma would tell me, baby, y'all sit around here and y'all laugh because, you know, you might see an older person having a backache or something like that, because they'll tell us we too old, we too young to have backs. You know, we got bristles. But if somebody hurt, like an older person hurt, the first thing they tell you, you need to wait to be my age. You need to live to get my age. You see what I'm saying? And because they know there are certain experiences that they go through that we haven't even reached them peaks. We ain't even reached the pinnacle of what they can go through, what they go through. So that's why, me, I hate to see a younger woman, you know, making fun or finding it hilarious that, a older woman might get hot flashes or whatever whatever it might be at that point in time, whether it be hot flashes or, just the fact, okay, you might get tingling in your legs or whatever it might be. And some younger people, they don't understand that they haven't went through that yet. We have to encourage them that, hey, you know what, get old enough to become our age so that you can go through those things, and stop letting these darn men tear your bodies down. Period. Because baby wants you that. And the way these girls are pop locking and dropping nowadays, baby, they gonna be going through way more than what we going through. Got the sexy reds out here shaking it from the back while pregnant. All these different things. Ain't nobody laid up rubbing their stomach. Ain't nobody singing to their child while in the womb. None of that. Everybody out here pop locking and dropping. Let me see what he's coming saying. That's right. That's right, Minister Terry. Some young people, some people. We must remember, some people stand on the broken parts of other person's lives because they can't stand on their own, and that's exactly what I'm saying. You know, but we have to teach them to stand on their own because one day it's gonna come about where they're gonna have to do that. Yep, yep. We can't explain it well enough. Well enough. That's what I was saying. But yeah, you know, it's a lot, you know, that goes on where we have to educate each other, not just, you know, not just our youth. You know, we got to educate each other because, like, you know, like me and Nicole was saying, these hysterectomies and, you know, these abortions and different things like this, you know, some people teach their kids it's all right to go and have an abortion. You know what I mean? If you can't take care of the child, get rid of it. Let somebody else handle it. You know, give them up for adoption, certain things. But that's not the route to go with it. You know what I mean? That's not the route to go at all. We need to teach kids that, you know, when you're in a situation, you go to the people that surround you. You know what I'm saying? You go to your cult. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what we live in. We're living in a cult. You know what I'm saying? Whether people want to believe it or not. We got people that support us, believe in us, and they carry us. You know what I mean? Just our people that's just for us. You go to the people that you can talk to in the hopes that they give you the right advice. Right, you know? And Tattletale said, hubby and I used to read Puts Our Babies in the Room. Right, you know? And I'm going to tell you something. A lot of people don't understand. The more you read to a child in the womb, talk to your child, nurture your child in the womb, the smarter that child becomes. You know what I mean? When they're out of the womb. Life don't just start when you set your eyes on that child. The life of that child starts from a seed. You have to nurture that seed even before it's born. Even when it was a thought, you have to nurture that seed. You know, right, Minister Terry. Seeds are the positive things of life and the light of life. That's right. Weeds are negative things of life and of dark life. Look at that. Right. And that's again too. You want to educate your child to always be that seed, the seed of Christ, your seed, you know what I mean? Your blood seed, whatever it is. Teach them where they came from. Teach them that they have a crest. You know what I'm saying? Teach them that their name means something. You know what I mean? Just certain things you have to teach this child before this child even enters the world. And if not, they will become that weed of darkness. And that's what we don't want. We don't want a child that ends up in the system because they're so busy learning things on the outside, you know, and pulling from those energies to the point they forget about what energy they have on the inside of them. Right. The question is, what are you planting in other person's lives? Right. And it should be something positive, something that can grow. LL, not really typo. Okay, agree. Right. You know, so yeah, and that's all, that's all we're here to do. We're here to shed those light, that light, those positive energies, those lights, that was given to us before we were born, not after we were born, because we pick up a lot of negative stuff along our way. And that's why we can't you can't, give give the youth these negative seeds, because you end up teaching them how to go down that same old dark, bumpy road that you done went down. So it's okay to let them go out and live, but yet and still give them the knowledge that they need before they even hit the streets. You know what I mean? But like I said, that comes from being in the womb, that seed in the womb, not just a seed of, not just a seed of this world. You know, you should teach your child that the child isn't of the world. They may be a part of it, but they're not. They're not of the world. You see what I'm saying? Be like Shaq and block the negative. Be like, who Dennis Rodman and grab the positive, grab the positive. Hey, that's a good way of looking at it. That's a good way of looking at it. You know, even though Dennis Rodman has his hiccups, that's a good way of looking at it. Be like famous Sosa. Wait, I can't see that. Okay, that's a lot of ways negative. Like, the grill and catch the positive. That's right. That's right. Hey, you guys, Nicole has dropped the link, so if anybody wants to join the conversation, but enjoy hearing your great speaking voice, your lovely speaking voice, along with ours. You know what I mean?
You sound really awesome, sis.
Terry, you know, we have to shed those positive energies, the positive light, and we also got to know the direction that we want our children to go in. You know, you don't wait until the child comes into this world to start to teach them, to give them the programming of the world. You see what I'm saying? You teach that child the programming of the world even before it comes out. If you know that you're going through negative things in this world, you love on your child even more. You see what I'm saying? So that your child will not be consumed by that fire. You know what I'm saying? And we'll always have that quench of thirst, that ever giving, that foundation of life. You know what I'm saying? That ever flowing life, those water. You know? That's right. That's right. You know? And not only be like all those people, be like yourself. You know what I'm saying? Be like yourself. Put away those monkey mind spirits and think with your body energy, which is your heart. You know what I'm saying? And bring forth good deeds. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, it's times where we all go through hardships and all that, but it's how you come up out of them.
Yeah.
And like you know, and it's an old reggae song, you know, that says, you know, it says how it go? It say oh my God, nobody want to plant the corn, but everybody want to raid the barn. You see what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, that we know what that means. Nobody want to work hard for anything, but everybody wants stuff easy. And if we walk around looking for this easy way out, we're guaranteed damnation. You know what I'm saying? Nothing gonna be easy. So we just have to remember the times when things was hard, and make those times easy too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, remember those times when things was easy, and know that those things come with hardships. And when things get hard, don't expect for them to even be easy. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Don't even expect for those hard things to be easy. Take those things and learn from them, because it's lazy. It's not hard. We ain't going through a hard lesson for us to come out on top. We ain't going through a hard lesson for us to get more money. We ain't going through a hard lesson for us to be able to learn. Oh, you know what? At the end of the day, I got 1,000 bills need to be paid. We going through those lessons so that we can learn how to suffice through those times when we don't have money, when we're not on top, when we have our bills paid. You see what I'm saying? Go through lessons for those reasons. Yeah. But we can't, we just can't go from saying, okay, well, at the end of the day, if I go and get a sex change, my life would be better. If I have a hysterectomy and don't have no children, my life would be better. Can't go through those times. We gotta let the Father hand us out our experiences. and stop trying to duck things. We duck and dodge. That's the thing. We trying to duck and dodge things from life. We want to exempt ourselves from life, but then again, want eternal life. They don't go together.
If I would have listened to the prior doctors,
But remember, a night in wait. We gotta remember a night in heaven can lead to a life in hell. A lifetime in hell. You got that right.
yeah, I agree.
Got that right.
If I would have listened
Chasing water.
to an emergency doctor that tried to convince me to get a hysterectomy, I would have never had Cheyenne. So yeah, I would have never had my baby girl. So
Let me tell you something. If it's to the point where, okay, if you know, if you have one more child, you bound to die and leave here, then that's a decision. You know what I'm saying? That you got to take to the Father and let the Father show you what to do and what not. But at the end of the day, just to be saying, okay, well, you know what? I done had 9 kids. I had 9 kids. Let me go get my tubes tied, clipped, and burnt. That's stupid to me. That's dumb to me. When all you got to do is change your ass. Stop laying up. You know what I mean? Doing the things they're supposed to. You know.
But some of them women are married. That they married, and they need to utilize that as a form of birth control.
Right, which is wrong. No, because you got women running around here having a bunch of kids just to keep them in, and then when it's all said and done, and the man,
no, they're not trying to keep a man. Some of them trying to keep a check. Okay, I mean, because if you want a man, you gonna most men.
A nighttime in here.
Most men gonna run once you get pregnant anyway. Some some men like pregnant vagina, and they like the newborn baby and all the stuff that they get. When they mama come in and family come in and start draping gifts and stuff like that in the baby shower and the attention and stuff that they get. But once the baby start crying and all that other shit, they be out. Some just like the experience. There's a lot of different. Yes, I know. That's what I was saying.
Wait a minute, this is the part that be hidden from these men. You got women that just like the experience of being pregnant because of the thing.
Yeah, men know that. Men are aware of that.
And all the attention that they get.
The men that stepped up on game, they're aware of that now. So that's why they want that.
As soon as that baby born, they go to saying they got post-traumatic stress.
Who said they got post-traumatic stress? The man or the woman?
That's what most of these women be doing. They'll have them damn kids. They'll have them
no,
kids.
you mean
of it. And as soon as that child is born, they got some kind of post-traumatic stress. Oh my God, I can't change this pamper because just
girl not
Lord have mercy.
Because they be detached. Because they be detached psychologically.
The man got the baby, the baby and everything else.
But the man ain't baby and shit though. Neither one of them.
Wait, what you say?
I said neither one of them baby and shit. Both of them get post-traumatic stress disorder when the baby come and they send it to grandma's house, girl.
Now that might come along with it. But what I'm saying is, before the baby even get to grandma,
Girl, it filters through CPS and then it make it to. Girl, let me shut the fuck up.
Okay, Mr. Tara. Okay, I'm correct. Do it sound better now?
Oh, that's because I moved. Oh, because no, that's me moving around. I put the phone because I'm trying to talk to you. Like, no, that's because I moved you around. I moved my phone around.
Oh, but yeah,
Girl, you need to just click the. You need to click the damn link so I don't have to hold this phone.
what I'm noticing now. But now, now this with this 2022, 2024 shit, excuse my language, what I'm noticing is that a lot of these women, they're saying, oh, they're having trouble taking care of their kids. You know what I mean? Or they're going through depression where they can't take care of their
They're
kids.
going through, a lot of them are going through postpartum depression. The food, the lack of, I know that my girl, I know this is not.
It's like it's coming out for people not to take care of their children anymore. And I'm just like, what's going on?
God, it's just always something. Oh Lord.
Okay, sis?
Girl, my oh my God. I just know, I can't see that good. My windshield is cracked. I gotta call my dad. I'll call him afterwards and let him know. I don't know. It's cracked. Somebody attacked my vehicle, girl. It wasn't like this. It's all kinds of scratches and shit all up. Anyway, I'll calm down. I'll calm down. This wasn't here before. Well, you already know somebody messed with. This wasn't here. These are deep. These are deep. I can't see that good. Let me see. Is this on the other side? It's a whole crack. These are scratches. That's foul. All right, whatever. I'm not gonna get upset, even though I'm upset. What can I do?
Yeah.
Just gotta get it fixed. Just gotta get it fixed. Yeah, postpartum depression. Anyway, what were we discussing?
Yeah, you were trying to explain to me why people are getting to the point where they can't care for their kids.
Well, I think number one, because the encouragement of abortion. I think that before even the womb is even set, they're already trying to remove the womb. The separation of the potential of a husband. Black women are angry. Black men don't want them. If the black men do want them, the man is gay. So, or the woman's a lesbian. The woman's either too masculine and the man is too feminine. So it starts up here psychologically. And, my opinion to certain aspects in regards to that. All right. So then you got the other, the black church is broken. The black church is there's no coming together. Don't Brother Terry, don't you remember? It's the new year about to come. We supposed to be washing somebody's feet.
Wait a minute.
We supposed to be taking communion.
Right? Do you notice that when you go to these what they call mega churches, most of the mega churches are white. And The majority of the mega churches, they have daycare for the kids and everything else, centers for the kids, all that. But when you go to these black churches, now mind you, the mega church ain't asking for the money. They ain't sitting around a pot that you putting money in. They telling you go see the treasurer. But these private churches, you know what I'm saying, where you got the black pastors and the preachers and the deacons and reverends and all this, they got a pot going around, but it's no daycare for the kids. Half the time you ain't getting Bible study. You know, it's a lot missing in the black church. There's definitely a lot missing in the black church. You know, so it makes you wonder again, where's your money going? You know what I mean? And then too, the black church is supposed to be the foundation of the, you know,
the body of Christ.
Right. So it's just a mix up, you know, and that's why I say we have to go to our clan, you know, the people that we know loves us and will give us the right information, because we can't find it in the black church no more. We can't find it, you know, among you know, in the schoolhouse or, you know, in the military and all that. It's not there. Those are jobs. You can't go there to raise no child. And the first thing the teachers tell you is, oh, you send your problems to us. You know, so it's like, what I mean, where is the help for the black parent? So with that being said,
I believe that it's still there. It's just in our it's about having these type of conversations. And letting the when I go to my primary care, to let them know how I feel. So
when you go to the church house, let them know how you feel.
What church house?
Thank you. I must say Uncle Terry, Lord, Minister Terry.
What church house though? Because everybody think that the only church house that we had was Eddie Long and TD Jakes.
What about them?
No, I'm just saying people are showing that the only black church, because of the convocation and all that other stuff that, you know, was God rest Carlson and whatever, that TD Jakes is the leader of the mega Christian church. And then you got Noah Jones, huh?
But he's not the leader of every church. He's not the leader of the church your parents go to. He's not the leader of the church.
But if you're a church in God in Christ, there is a foundation in regards to what they're supposed to be teaching.
Right, but it don't come from TD Jakes.
Yeah, it do.
So with that,
there's a group, girl. There's a group of these people, Church and God in Christ. This is a mixture of Church and God in Christ. Yes, they do get signals down from the head. Yes, they do. They do. Now, choose to talk about it or not.
Yeah, but that teacher was there long before TD Jakes, though. Sis.
Girl, no, they have manipulated. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that
nobody was bringing up the fact that I need to be able to bring my child to church.
Yes, they did. They did.
I need to be able to bring my 1-year-old.
They did. It's just different states, different places, but they didn't have the foundation. They didn't, because it's still the horrors of CPS in the background. Mothers unable to take care of children. Fathers not willing to be fathers. This whole message. It was a breakdown. It was a breakdown.
But I can honestly say, sis,
if there was no child care down in Florida, there was child care. There was child care down here. But it was used as a weapon, though. So sinister, though. There was child care down here.
I don't know. I just feel like when I look around in my environment, I can count the things that they have for kids probably on.
No, and you're right. You're right. In Florida. In Florida. In Florida. In
Right,
Florida.
so on and so forth. But it's nothing. It's nothing to educate these kids.
It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing to educate them nowhere. Yeah.
We don't sit down to read the Bibles together no more. You know, ain't nobody laying you down.
But it's up to us, though, the ones that are older, though, Tar.
You know, this girl.
It's us that are older that see that these things, like Brother Minister Terry, Eagles, you know, you, me, other people that love the Lord, that it's up to us to continue, you know, these things in our families, in our friendships, in our relationships. Towards the end of the year, it's supposed, but the social media,
Serving and donating money, we need to be endorsing the fact that we need to be able to bring our 1-year-olds to church with us. So therefore, it need to be some child care in here. And then, you know what I'm saying? We need to have church groups outside of the church house, where we go on trips and vacations together and learn about each other and learn about the Father together constantly, because those things are being left out. And if we're going to create a society that we have to live in, why not why not create a society that involves the Father?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Putting the Father first.
Amen.
And that way, when we do, right, and that way, when we do go home and lay our head at night, Joshua ain't forgotten about. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Because we have to go through Joshua to get to the Creator. You see?
Yeah.
And a lot of people, we be so busy praising the Lord, we forget about Jesus, as they say.
I think
We have to put these things first.
Okay, go ahead, Seth.
I'm just saying we have to put these things first, because if we don't put them things first, we're gonna constantly be fighting this abortion. We're constantly gonna be fighting, you know, for the rights of womanhood and things of that.
Well, you see that TDJ.
We're not learning well.
But that's what I get. That's what I get for putting my trust into a fleshly being. But I did see things in regards to TD Jakes that was extremely was saying this is not it's not in concordance with the in the Bible. But a lot of these mega church preachers.
And see, TD Jakes might have a non-denominational church in Dallas. He may have a non-denominational church in Dallas, but where is he getting that money from to keep it open? There's some denominations there.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's the new stuff they call it, child.
Whoever giving those denominations need to be giving them for them children too, to keep these children in the loop.
And a lot of them want to throw on this non.
Told TD Jakes, I'm over for P Diddy. So what that's doing for us or for our kids? TD Jakes is not an example.
But he is the example. Unfortunately, in our community, he's the biggest.
The root out down the street in the mom and pop church is the example for the majority of us.
Yeah, but there's a lot. Yeah, but he is the leader in the convocation, though, girl. Okay. The TD Jakes.
When I was growing up.
No, because he just recently spun into. He built it. He built it. And TD Jakes, if you ask who is the number one African American preacher in the United States for Christian, they're gonna say TD Jakes.
Listen, my uncle's name was Charles Corbett. You understand? And he was a preacher, and he was a pastor, and he was all that. So at the end of the day, leader in his church. It wasn't T.D. Jakes.
No, I agree with you, sis.
So if somebody had an issue with anything he had,
they say the Trinity associate minister, but they don't break it down that they're not breaking it down like that no more. They're not breaking it down like that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They keep, at first it started with they started with a lot of stuff. Number one, back in the day, the church would have made sure me and Tara met. They would have paid for us to meet. So she could have came in front of the church, me and her, and get on our knees in front of the altar and all this other stuff, so she could become my kid's godmother. They don't care about godparents. They don't care about the legalities anymore, because you got too busy with Kirk Franklin wearing leather in the summertime in the pulpit gyrating. That's what the people. Hallelujah. Amen. How hard can you thrust? How hard? I should not know what First Lady, how many camel toes First Lady has, and how big my pastor's dick is, and he shouldn't be wearing heels. Anyway. This is towards the end of the year. When is the last time have we had the conversation about having communion? My point.
Community before you can have communion.
You gotta have salvation within self. And you're right too, sis.
Right. And that's why you're supposed to go to church, so that you can continue.
But where's church at, though, sis?
Continue within self.
Within self. But fellowship. Fellowship.
Go to these 4 walls to strengthen our belief.
No, what is fellowship now is Pound Town. That's what fellowship. Fellowship now is Pound Town. Let me see if your booty hole is brown. That's what fellowship is now. The church of booty holes
fellowship
brown. Yeah, it is.
That's a myth.
I bet you they know the word ski. Don't nobody know what Psalms 91. We supposed to be cleaning our houses out. It's towards how many days we got left? 4. We got 4. What about 4 days until the beginning? JSP said, this is why Minister Farrakhan is the best preacher out there. Well, come up here and explain to us. And I don't know. I'll put Pastor Jennings is first, because he teaching. He ain't lying to the people. No, Pastor Jennings is telling, hold on. Let me say what I need to say. No, because a lot of people are getting divorced. They're dropping their first wives and first husbands. And no, he's telling the truth. I agree. J Speed, I agree.
The link is they.
But hold on.
Link, please.
Hold on. But I'm gonna reverse that. Pastor Gino Jennings is first, and then Farrakhan. Farrakhan the OG, but the Pitbull preaching, they need to put both of them together, cause they really talking about God's word for real.
Well, I can knock both of y'all out the block and say y'all.
I would like to.
Because without them, wouldn't be none of this.
We got you hitting the link, sis.
Wait
a minute, they're hitting the link. Hold on, baby. All right, how you doing, brother?
Hold on just a minute. Let me cut this back. There's this echo out. I'm doing fine, sister. I was just scamming, and then I seen you, and I seen what you was talking about. And this is one of the things I talk about all the time.
Okay, brother.
Okay, so I got the echo out of the way. So, okay, here we go.
I echoing?
I would have to. No, I was, because I had another channel open, your channel on YouTube open. So this is what I will say. I will put Pastor Genius first because he is a Christian preacher. But
now, thank you, brother. Thank you.
So because he is a authentic preacher, and he comes from old school. I was born in the church in Charlotte, North Carolina, under the holiness teaching of my grandmother. And this is what I will say. I have never seen a man outside of Christianity know more about the Bible than Minister Farrakhan. And when he do go in churches, he don't teach out of the Holy Quran. He teaches out of the Bible. He knows Scripture. The problem is all of this is I seen a problem when Bush came in and started. It used to be a separated church and state. Bush came in and offered this money to these mega churches and these other churches, and then they start singing another tune.
Hold on, brother. I'm gonna put you on the front, and you need to repeat that. See, because that's the part that and it has something that also with that crack epidemic. But go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. So what I'm saying is, it used to be a law in the Constitution. There's a separating in church and what's the name? This is why they get the tax exempt. But if they talked about certain issues in the church, or they couldn't be leading people on in their congregation as who to vote for and all that. But think about where that double-edged sword comes in. These politicians goes up in these churches and hug babies and kiss and shake hands and saying kumbaya to these congregations. But then George Bush came in and made a policy where churches can get money from the federal government. So, but they had to change their tune. That's when all this Rainbow Coalition coming in, and I'm not talking about Reverend Jackson Rainbow Coalition. I'm talking about this other one, this Hopscotch Coalition. And so this is what y'all dealing with in Christianity. Y'all are having the evolution. It's not the teachings of Jesus or Moses or Aaron or anyone else in that Bible anymore. This is new modern Christianity where people can get up and twerk in front of choirs, and you can't tell the difference between the dances in a strip club and the dances on stages of a church. Can you hear me?
Forgive me, because I'm glad that God, thank you, Jesus, that a black man came up here, because I be feeling like people think I just be saying, me and Tar just be saying stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
When Kirk Franklin, and they said a big old tour, and I understand the man is adopted, so am I. I don't know what the hell they had to do with his leather suit. He didn't have no shirt underneath, and he just gyrating. That ain't got nothing to do with God. But go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Well, Well, it started way back with Kirk Franklin when he was trying to change the way the Christian music was made. He said that
Yes,
was old style, and I'm
she
trying to
did.
figure out. I'm trying to figure out when did God become old style? The sun has been up there for millions of years and nobody called it old. The moon has been up there for millions of years, nobody called it old. So all creation of God has always been the same. It's supposed to have a natural order of things. So I'm trying to figure out. You were saying if we get young people in, but if you get young people in and you lose the word, then what have you accomplished? If the kids are just coming there for entertainment, see, this is what my grandmother used to say when she used to preach.
Is it? Hold on, brother. I got real bad static. Is that me, or is that? Do I need to go out and come back in?
Let
Say
me let
something.
Yeah, let me mute up and then you see is it coming from me or you.
Look at that. You hear that? See, the devil don't want this man to say, "I rebuke you in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit." Remove yourself from the sound, demons. Go ahead, brother. We got really. It got you sound like a robot.
Okay, so let me see if I can do anything on my end because I am a content creator.
Brother, go
And let me see, can I
go out and come back in. Your sound is extremely distorted. Go out and come right back, please. Or okay, yeah. See, Tar. He know what he talking about. He confirming what we were discussing. Come back, brother. Let me give him a new link, a fresh link. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Like he said, you can't tell. You can't tell if it's a strip club or God's word. They doing too much. They doing like I'm not saying it's just too. It's too. It ain't no. There's no. It's God's supposed to be. It's supposed to be right. The Bible says either you are hot or cold, or I will spew you out of my mouth. Go ahead, brother.
In our problem, we want to be lukewarm. That's the problem. And everybody knows that OJ Speed is a Muslim, and the reason why I pertain and gravitate towards that because I come from that old spiritual religion, and I see the church had started dwindling from that. And see, that's I mean, if you go proclaim something, you go live, then see, when my grandmother was teaching us, it wasn't a religion, it was a lifestyle. And the problem is the new Christians have turned it into nothing but a style.
Right. All it is booty hole. Is booty hole brown. That's what it is. Sorry.
And and there's a reason why the children in the church looks like the pastor. There's a reason. And some of them don't want the children to look like him because he's looking at your sons. So we got to just be honest. A lot of this flair that's going on in this church, it seems to me to be nothing but Reverend Ike flair, just like a pimp, a holy pimp. And this is what the devil calls the confusion. He makes you think one thing in one hand and trick you with the other hand. Becomes magical. And so my thing is, if you sitting on the front row in your church and your skirt is so short that I can see your zip code, address, and your social security number, you are not at the right church. If your preacher is not saying anything, or the first lady is not saying anything, have somebody usher down and put a blanket over your legs. So this is what I'm talking about, this church thing, and this is why everybody's talking about I'm spiritual. You know what spiritual means? That you are not under the guidance of anything. And if you spiritual, I want to know who is your spiritual instructor.
Who
Because
is your?
Right, because when you talking about spiritual, that means that you can pull anything out of the cloud. I mean, you cannot go to a gym and say you are in shape without having some kind of trainer. I want to know who your spiritual trainer is. Nobody wants to answer that question. Me and God got a personal experience. Okay, so you and God got a personal experience, then you should know the word better than anybody. So I shouldn't have to recite anything to you. You muted, sister. I can't hear you, sister. You muted or either I'm not hearing at this time.
You are right. You are one. I am thank you, Jesus, brother, that for real, because they're not gonna really hear me because it needs to be a black male voice. When nobody's sitting up here blowing smoke. Like I said, this is there is no order. There's no order. Everything is out of order, is discombobulated. They playing games, they manipulating things, talking about this, it's the circular. And we have to evolve. The Bible is what the Bible is. God say what he say. Period. My mama told me, brother, that no man should add to, nor should he taketh away. What is all of this stuff that's going on?
I'm starting to believe that Satan's had set up house in the temple.
There you go. That is what it is. My prophetess and I'm going to get together with the people. My prophetess, God rest her soul. She told me this that came from the Jewish people. Because prophetess, people that really, they sit, pray, and fast, they really do have connections to real temples, people that pray on different, they're all around the United States, around the world, that they pray. They really pray. They fast. They lay and throw themselves in front of God for us. But this mega church stuff, the more that I'm learning, brother, the more my heart is breaking into shrapnel.
Well, we do
actually even another pastor that I love to listen to. What's his name? I didn't know it's this circular thing. Oh no, it's okay. You can do this. Well, God loves you, and no, God loves everybody, but there's still consequence. There's consequence. There's a difference. Like all of this is being removed. I remember back in the day, around this time of year, we would be washing of the feet, where you're supposed to be humbling yourself and preparing yourself and getting in concordance with God's will.
And not only that, it's going around
so you can take communion. Yeah. None of that. I'm sorry, brother. I'm just trying to not be emotional. But in regards to abortion, look at that mayor down there in Dalton. She is she's God forgive me, but that lady's trash. But I believe a lot of people think and act just like her.
Well, we got great examples. We got great examples of where we at. Jesus only went into one church and he destroyed it. And he never went back into another. There's no story of Jesus ever going back into a church again, because it was not practicing of the Father. And so when we understand that, in his time, one who had walked the earth as perfect as any have walked the earth, and the only one who has been challenged with all sins and never sinned, then if he went into the church in his time, and he destroyed the church and he said it's not the practice of the Father, we know where we're at now. And so That's why you have to cover it. The real temple is your body. That's the real church, because God will burn every church on this planet if he can just save and get the love of one soul. That's the real church.
Oh, Lord Jesus Christ. You heard what my sister asked you, brother?
What did she ask me?
Sister, can you please repeat that?
Hi. I just wanted to know, what do you feel about homosexuality and forgiveness?
I feel that all sin should be forgiven. But one thing about homosexuality, it's not that they want you to forgive them. They want you to accept them and that lifestyle. And that's the difference. If I'm a drunk and I'm at an AA meeting and I'm saying that I need to change my life and I should be forgiven for the accident I had to hurt someone, you are asking for forgiveness of your sin to correct yourself to live in life.
Right.
But when a person,
Okay.
okay,
So
Accident, brother, that I hit that and
so let me ask you this question. Do you feel quote unquote relationship with the Father, and I'm a homosexual. Do my homosexuality get detracted when I go to heaven, or am I being accountable for that?
well, it's just like all sins. And see, this is a sticky situation when we're having this discussion in 2023, but it's really not. All God look at all sins
yes,
equally.
all of them
That's
equally.
and so the problem is we live in a time where lifestyles are accepted by mankind, but mankind has nothing to do with God's rule and law. You
In his
see,
law.
and so when we understand that, if wait, just say right now, sister, I'm gonna try to go ahead and get off the mule and walk a minute, okay? If we
Okay.
were saying that a person who lived in that lifestyle right now came up on your channel and said, you know what, I see my way as being wrong, and I'm asking for forgiveness from God Himself, I don't think me or this sister on this channel will have a problem with that. But if he come up here and talking about, or he or she come up here and talking about, well, this is the way God made me. No, God did not create you in that image. That's an image that you created yourself. Now I'm gonna prove it to you. Everybody knows that the little kid in the neighborhood who might have been a little soft, but when he got a teacher who's flaming himself, and when little boys are really rejecting little girls at a certain age, they throw spitballs at them and put thumbtacks in their seats and stuff like that. But back in the day, little Johnny, by the time he turned 14, he started looking at women in a totally different girls in a totally different way. But now little Johnny got instruction in the teacher who's got more feminine. He's so feminine that his hands look like a question mark as a teacher, telling little Johnny, well, maybe you don't like little girls, and maybe you wasn't made to like little girls. Maybe you like little boys. And see, this is where that that little thing comes in, because we know our children are impressionable when they go to school. They love their teachers. Some hate some teachers, but they love the instructions of certain teachers. And if that teacher has influence on that child as an influencer, that child is going to believe what that teacher say, regardless of what his mother and father say, because that child
That is
is being with that teacher for 6 hours a day, and sometimes the mother and father don't get to see that child but an hour.
that. Can I tell you something, brother? I want you to hold that thought, and I'm not being disrespectful and cut you off. You know that my daughter told me that one of the teachers over at the school was trying to convince her and tell her the reason why she was having anxiety was because that, you know, maybe she needed to think on the other side.
Oh, that's not hard to believe when you having are these people dressing up and dressing, reading books in novelty shops with these children that are 6 and 7 and 8 years old that got great pushback in Miami, Florida. I mean, it wasn't Miami, Florida, but it was in Florida. It's one of the biggest shows I did.
If they have a late birthday or early birthday, it's 4 or 5.
Yeah. So
Early.
this is my sister. This is just the time we're in, and it's everything. It's every level of humanity is being attacked by Satan
Brother,
himself by
can
dangling things in front of you.
you? I trust my brother. My sister is on the other phone and she's trying to say something to you. Can you?
See your handicap sticker. But yeah, what I was saying is this.
No, she didn't.
Girl,
For real, you can see it. How you can see it? You can see my handicap?
I see it on my phone. I don't see it on the screen though.
Oh, well, shit, girl. Lord, they didn't dox this shit up. They're going to look that up. Well, go ahead, child.
No, on the screen. But no, what I was stating is, Brother Jay Speaks was saying.
Can you hear? Can you hear her?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, Brother Jay Speaks. You're saying that these things are being taught to these children, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They're not born that way, right?
No, ma'am. No more than a person who mother or father never drunk alcohol and turned out to be an alcoholic.
Okay. So my question to you would be, let's say, in an instance like Dwayne Wade's son.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Let's take him for instance. That was a child that claimed he was born that way. He came out the womb knowing what he was, but he also know what he felt like. And those things were nurtured. And now he's the way, she is the way she is today, or whatever she wants to be, or he wants to be called. They're the way they are today. Do you think that was a thing that was taught to him as a child, or do you think that's possibly the way he was born and there's no correction for it?
Well, let's go at this angle then. There was a woman who was in charge of the NAACP who conceded that she was black. And I guarantee you, every black woman on this face of this earth would tell her that she was not born black when she's a white woman. Now, she curled her hair and people thought she was black for a long time. But y'all pushed her off the bus, throwed her under the bus because you knew what she was saying was not acceptable. The problem is, it's not our children. It's what we as adults have started to accept as being falsehood, as being true, and truth as being falsehood. You know, there are people right now who think they lizards and stuff and go get things put in their spinal cord and get the ears chopped, the tongue cut in half. Come on now. We're going to have to be honest with that. Just because keep saying it don't mean that's the truth. And if people keep saying something long enough, we start believing that's the truth. That's how we got in this mess in the first place. I'm not here to sit up here and try to bash someone who's going through trouble, no more than a person who has mental illness, no more than a person who might be going through a drug addiction, no more than some person might be going in self-esteem problem. What I am saying, the nature of that is, why is it these children that you say that was born that way, when they get into groups, they start acting as the group? Think about what I just said. Why is it that you might see a little kid who might be soft, but once he get in that community, they start walking, holding their shoulders the same way, speaking in the same vernacular? So come on now. You can't say this is not learned behavior.
Right. Right. I agree with that because, the way I look at it, look at it like somewhat like that too, because I, from my perspective, I've never seen a child that was born gay. You know, that's just my perspective. Now, other people might say different. They may say, "Hey, my child came out this way," or whatever, whatever. But I never seen a child that was born gay. The only perception I had of it, or ever had of it, and hey, at this point, I'm old enough to understand most things are perception. And the perception that I've seen of it was that it was taught to a child, or they are, like you said, around certain people where these actions was taking place, and there was never any correction when it came down to the individual child. But we have a society now that teaches that this is a born, this is something that an action that these children are being born with. And with that being said, they also teach that if you go to the father and you have a relationship with the father, your own relationship with the father, that it can be something that's excluded when it comes down to your spiritual well-being or whatever. But to me, I don't find it to be, that to be the truth. I feel like you said, it's all perception. It's the way that you see things and the way things are taught to you that you tend to, agree with. And that's the way you tend to walk your path, whether you agree with these things or you don't agree with these things, But at the end of the day, I don't see it as something that a child is born with. I don't. And
Well, I
so
I could prove to people on both. Go ahead, sister. If you ain't finished, go ahead. I didn't mean to overtalk you.
I was just gonna say, I also feel the same way you feel when you say, as far as this being, a thing that's well, no, I'm gonna let you go ahead because I kind of lost my train of thought at that point. But go ahead.
Okay, so I do apologize for interrupting you and then making you lose your train of thought, but let me prove it to you anyway. How is it this prison and industrial produce the same thing that people say the child come out of the womb is? You take a man who never even thought about anything gay or anything, go in jail, get raped. I said it with a G, get raped, and they pass him around like a used condom, and he comes out of jail and acting like the same thing that you say was born that way. See, this is why I say it's learned behavior.
Right, I can agree with that. Greetings, PMS. Thank you for joining us.
And I just think we are so scared and so afraid on so many things in life that we're willing to be accepting of anything that is going to stop us where we have to go into survival mode. We go and have these jobs that we go to college and we get these big degrees and we go to Harvard and Princeton and UCLA and all these, UNC, and we get these degrees. Here we got a degree in psychology and we got a master's degree and we don't know who we're supposed to be sleeping with. And that is a great misnomer of people who are in charge how the mind supposed to work. And so we reinforce that because we're afraid of losing our job. We're afraid of saying what we really want to say. So now we all in a maze where we all are pretty much predicted of what we go say, how we go say it, and when we go say it. But then we have the private conversations with our trusted family members or friends, and we really say what we want to say. But we don't say these things in public. It's almost like when I was coming up, you had to put on two faces. My grandmama used to say, my father used to say, when you get in front of these white people, you make sure you don't act up. I never heard my grandmother or my father say that dealing with black people. They only said they don't want to be embarrassed in front of white people. And so when we got people who are making the rules and we are the followers. Everybody, you need to go in the dictionary and look up the word follow. It means you're always behind and you are waiting for someone else to give you your thesis of life. And that's what we've been doing ever since we've been here.
Right. That makes sense. Mm-hmm.
But when you get on these panels with these young brothers and these young sisters in the day that's having so much problem with relationships, they got all the answers. But it reminds me of the electric car versus the combustion car. The electric car has not been around long enough to understand all the problems you will have with it. So it's still in an experimental stage. But we do understand the combustion car because we've been with it ever since the 1930 Ford car. But the problem with this is the new generation is trying to go on their own. And they're trying to make sure that they go let you know everything we did before them was a mistake or we dropped the ball. But they are having the most problems because ain't no old man or old woman out there dating the people they're dating and they're having problems with. So you have to come back with it. You don't want me to talk about the influence of the Caucasians over black people because you say that's dead and that's gone. But then you want to sit around and blame women for all your problems today. Well, if you the head of your ship and the crew is not doing what you want them to do, matter of fact, you might have a position as a captain you don't need or should be there. I'm saying it all bogs down to when men want something and when they want it to be done, they don't sit around and talk about it all day long, 24/7. They go out there and get it done. That's where you put the work in. When will black men become leaders again? That is the question.
And too, I just want to let everybody know the definition of follow. How you were saying it, you was telling us we need to go and look it up.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's a verb, and it says go or come after a person or thing proceeding ahead, move or travel behind. So basically, it's just like you said, it's
that's
something
our problem.
That's always behind. Yeah.
Our bedroom activity as a man and a woman is produced in Hollywood with pornographic movies, and it steers what we do in our bedroom. That's our education of what we're supposed to be doing. I remember back in 1970, you told a black man, even if he went down on a woman, that was a fight. Today is a fight if you don't do it. And you ain't just kissing the front, you kissing the back. So a lot of this jailhouse, what I call jailhouse sex, is happening even in the heterosexual community. So it's easy for that. You can translate that over to another man. If you don't put your thing in the toilet, you just in the toilet. It don't make no difference if a woman was sitting there or a man sitting there. If you are got your head in the toilet, that's exactly what it is. And either way you look at it, I hope I can say what I want to say. Either way you look at it is a shitty deal.
Right. Either way you take it.
And I ask all these brothers and sisters, would you eat your soup out of water that came out of the commode? None of them have ever said yes. But you have turned your sex life into a commode.
Because they don't look at it that way.
I know they don't. Because they have used these porno sites who given free I should say pornographic have given these free videos 24/7. A lot of these brothers down there playing with the Xbox, and then they cut it on to these other channels. They're giving it to them free. They're sitting there and they masturbating. They don't really have no contact and frequency when it comes to a woman. So by the time they do get a woman, they don't know how to communicate with them. Now, women are not doing anything better. They went out there and bought these machines that have 415 horsepower and put between their legs and thinking a man supposed to be able to come in the bedroom and duplicate what she got in her drawer. So all the stuff is upside down.
Yeah. Right. What happened to missionary? I'm just joking.
Yeah, that's why I tell people right quick. You know, I come from the old school. I'm a AKA Dickman. Excuse me if anybody get offended about that. My father told me a long time ago, if you got a strong backbone, you don't have to use your jawbone. And a lot of these guys want cheat codes. And that's all they want to do is go in there and cheat because they can't get the woman warm enough, so they have to do things to get her warm because they never been taught properly what intimacy is. Intimacy and making love happens way before you get in the bedroom. If
Thank
you have
you.
to turn your woman on before when she get in the bedroom, you are already left behind.
Well,
There's a
already you.
pool.
That's right.
Sorry.
It's a
There's a pool
mental.
boy. There's a pool boy and a mailman just waiting for you to go to work.
That's true.
Okay.
I agree. I would love for you to come over here, if you can. Again, some things I would, like to hear what your opinion is, in regards to, or while you're here, about, what do you think about witches and warlocks? Do you
Well,
see something in regards to that? In our atmosphere.
when you understand the Bible, and this is why people say you're a Muslim. Why you know some of? Well, I told you I was born in a church. I ain't talking about we left. I was actually born by a midwife in church, and so
Mm.
when you understand that the devil took 1/3 of the angels from heaven, who the hell you
Oh,
think else is down here and hold on his team? And what you think they doing?
mm.
See, if you take the devil and put God right beside each other, they're supposed to be so much of an opposite. They're supposed to look like night and day. So when you take churches or mosques or anything else starting to look like a nightclub, then you already know you're in the wrong place for spirituality.
Mhm.
So yeah, there are all kinds of evil forces on this planet because the secret is, I think they said somewhere in Psalms that y'all say, due to the fact I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, and my vernacular might be a little southern, but I live in California. Um, in Psalms, it say, ye are all God's children of the Most High. Jesus even said to himself, what I do, you can duplicate with ye with little faith. So
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, if you take them two scriptures that the preachers never really want to preach on, then it puts you right square in that mirror, Michael Jackson's song, Man in the
Mm.
Mirror. You have to be accountable of the foolishness that you are doing. The devil has no power over you. He can only take what God has created and try to rearrange it to do the opposite. There's nothing wrong with making love. There's nothing wrong with sex. But the
Yeah.
devil waves something in front of you, takes sex into another category that has nothing to do with making love or having sex with your woman.
Mhm. And it has nothing lately. Like I just recently, started like trying to date. I have been, abstinent. Some will say I'm abstinent, some will say I'm celibate, but I haven't been with a man in 6 years, going on in some change. Um, yeah, I've had sex before, Doug. I have 4 children, married and divorced and, engaged and didn't, so on and so forth. But my experience here recently, I am seeing from, this recent thing, the men that I've encountered are very, very, very feminine.
Most certainly.
Um,
Well, what I told you was earlier, maybe some people may miss it. This is what the devil do. He reverse everything. It
what
starts
what
from the truth.
wrong is supposed to be right, and what right is supposed to be wrong. Mothers
Right.
against daughters, fathers against sons. Go ahead.
Yes. And this is how it's done. Oh, you got to understand. There's a lot of levels to black people in America. Me being a person who worked in Hollywood, who traveled the world from boxing and the Nation of Islam, one of the things I found out was the easy way to fool people is give them the things that they think they want. And most people want riches and fortune. Well, you got riches and fortune, and we see where that get a lot of people from basketball players, football players, boxers, and everything else. A
Hold on,
fool will.
hold on, brother. I'm not trying to interrupt you. Is that robotic thing again? I don't know why it's doing that, but from
Uh,
what come out and come right back so we can get rid of that. I don't know why it's doing that. You see how every time you're going to get to expand upon and get deeper, it do that robotic, making him sound all weird and strange.
And I got my mic, but I don't know why.
It ain't nothing. That's StreamYards that's doing that. When it starts doing that robot thing, it's trying to catch up with its own speed, and it causes a lot of
are
All
you
right,
streaming?
there you go. Okay.
Are you streaming from your phone?
Yes, I am in my car.
Yeah,
Yes, is that right?
and you go get that. I've been a content maker ever since 2012, and you go get that. It's just the overload of what that phone supposed to be able to do and how it does. I mean, you can go on panels, but it's twice as hard to stream versus being on a panel on a phone.
Ask you this before you continue. What is there? Should I be doing it from, because it happens on my laptop? I do need new equipment. I'm doing the best that I can, brother.
Yes,
Um,
ma'am.
what do I need a better quality phone? Because my phone, they were dragging me at the store and said my phone's 7 years old, but
Sweetie, I've been streaming with a 2011 computer and have no problem at all.
so
And
I need to run it from a laptop.
yeah, laptop will get you better, but then when you do a laptop, make sure you got everything closed and you make your streaming priority. It becomes your master. And another thing, clean out your computer, your cache in your computer, and you can do that. You can do that. Just anybody who know anything about a PC, that is an easy thing to do. Matter of fact, let me just give you a program that keeps your computer clean so you don't have this drag or lag problems. Okay.
Uh,
Before we get off this, we're talking the back check, and I give you a couple of programs. And just
Okay.
like I say, I have equipment that is,
Yeah.
2012, and we're 2024 now, almost.
Okay. Okay. Well, I
Okay.
want you to get
So,
what you were saying though. Please.
yes, ma'am. I'm just saying in general that when people understand the mission, the real mission of Jesus Christ. He had two missions. One, to give us grace, and the other was to complete man. He was able to do what the first Adam posed to did. And he came to, as he was asked, he said he didn't come to change the law. He only came to fulfill the law. And I think a lot of people forget about that part of the scripture because they want to say, well, after Jesus came, there was this. Yeah, it was a lot of people came after Jesus, like Paul, 200 years later, who never met Jesus. And he's talked about more in the New Testament than Jesus was ever talked about. So what I'm saying is we have to understand the first 5 books of Moses to understand what came after. That's like trying to invent the cellular phone that came from the iPad, not the iPad, but what was that thing? It came out first. It would just play music, And then from that's where we got the cellular phone from, or the smartphone that we call today. If you don't know the history of something, you can never improve it. And a lot of people trying to improve on something, they don't know the history of it. So they're going ass backwards. You know, it's just like putting your shoes on before you put your socks on. It may be stylish to some people, but to a smart person, they know you go wear out your socks before you wear out your shoes. So that's why you put one on versus the other on first. So we are just in a place in time that you was talking about men being feminine. Well, let me just tell you where that come from, young lady. That ain't just started in the end of 2000s or the 90s or the 50s or the 60s. That might have started way back in the 1600s. I'm going to tell you why. You go back and look at some real old movies where you see black men and black women. You always seen that black woman that had that rag tied around her head who can pop Mr. Man hand and say, you better not be doing that. You got to do something else. And then you'll see that old black man in the back shuffling his feet. Yes, sir, boss. And he be shuffling, but that black woman can be just as sassy as she could be. Now, how did that come about? Well, one of the first rules of breaking a race is to show the women that you have no man who can protect you. A lot of things was not done in a lot of movies that talked about slavery. Women were forced to beat their own men in public display. And that was to show the women that you didn't have no protector. And so women back in them days would teach their sons how to be docile, because that's the only way that child would probably live, without having a limb chopped off, a foot chopped off, an arm chopped off. If he was any threat to the power to be, then he would have to be put into a bored state mind or make him be handicapped. So the women protected their sons by making them docile. Don't look up to the white man when you walk around, act like you don't really know what's going on. But the little girls could be sassy, and the women can be sassy. Now, how do you bring that forward to 2024? Look what's happening. Women are more vocal and stuff than even men. And then when you go on these panels, these men are arguing like little women. Because this is the training that's been passed on. And even though you didn't have it directly in your house, it might have been like that. But let me tell you something that nobody's really talking about. About 30 years ago, you can look this up on Google, they found out water has memory. So if water has memory, let's talk about DNA.
They not ready for that. Come on now. How much memory do we got? Continuous.
Right. So let's talk about DNA then. If DNA can make you look like a great uncle with his eyebrows, the way he walk, even the way he chew his food at the table, what would you say about DNA can bring trauma inside of that blood too? It can bring trauma that you never seen before. And what I mean about that, if water has memory and the body is 75% of water, what you think your blood is made out of? And what memory are you getting from your DNA to make you look like your great uncle that you never seen, talk like him, walk like him, but you ain't gonna have the memory of a traumatic experience of somebody in your past.
You ain't hear what I said? That's why I said, people talking about Nicole. You keep talking about you adopted. You just need to go ahead and let that go, girl. Thank God you had people that adopted you. I'm not talking about the people that adopted me. I love them. I respect them. That's my mother and my father. I'm talking about the blood. I'm talking about what's in my DNA. That ain't got no control over. Why my left hand be twitching and shit. I'm being stick, but I'm saying why I might walk slow and stronger on my right side versus my left side. Why all my babies, why we all got what they call cow flow heads. We got that means we got a whole bunch of hair come all the way down to your eyebrows. That's DNA. That don't mean that my parents didn't love me because they adopted me. That's in the blood. Now let's
And see,
just figure out what this blood is about. Go ahead,
right.
brother.
And we just at the doorstep of what DNA is. All right. Now, the young lady was saying early, and this is going to be something you never heard before because I came up with this about 2 years ago. I didn't hear it from anybody else, but I'm going to have to lay it out on your show. All right.
Mm.
I was just thinking about one day, just really thinking. I've started to think about this and I started to think about that. And I came up with the concept. And this concept was dick dodging. And they go push back on this because this is going deep. Okay. Your woman is in her first and second trimester, and you taking her all the way up to the 8th and 9th month, and you having sex with her. All right. See, one thing that we understand about science, as we get a mathematical formula and our math get better, we get to get a greater understanding of what we're trying to prove and what we can duplicate over and over. That's why McDonald's hamburgers taste just as the same in the United States it tastes in Paris because they use a mathematical formula and they stay strict with that formula. Now think about what I'm finna say. You up there having sex with your woman and she's 6, 7 months pregnant. That baby's in the womb. It's protected by water, but you can't act as if that baby don't know what's going on due to the fact when I played music for my daughter, when she came out and I played that same music, she would get smiles and everything else. Now think about this. At the time that your woman is at 6 and 7 months and you having sex with her, she's releasing hormones that shouldn't be released at that time when that baby is in the oven. And so what happens is this woman is releasing all these female hormones in a male child, right? So he getting an
Ooh.
overdose of female hormones, which he shouldn't be getting because that activity should have been cut once that tunnel of life has been put in a state of incubated, that child.
Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so now you got a child who's been dodging penis for the last 9 months. Mother been releasing all these female hormones. That child might come out a little soft, but that don't make that child gay. He just go be soft. Not every child go come out and be like Mike Tyson. No more than every child go come out to be like sing like Whitney Houston or Bobby Brown or any other person you might be listening to in 2023. It just don't work that way. But what I'm saying is, you get an unbalance of hormones that a child should be getting at the time of conception to the time of birth. That child supposed to be protected from all outside elements.
Wait, hold on. Oh Lord, you're gonna make me cry. You know what my mama told me? When I first, she said, ain't nobody touching my grandbaby. The father is separated. He gonna come back. But until he come back, that baby can't go outside this house. I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. Wow.
So this is why, and I ain't trying, I'm just a little country boy, don't know anything, who's been on this planet for 65 years. It looked like he's in his 40 because he preserved his body by the things he eat and the things he brings into his brain and into his mind and how he moved on this planet. I don't know that much, but all these guys will go get this great education, just like I say, and these women who mastered the English language, and I'm damn sure gonna tear up the English language every once in a while. I'm gonna get a little verb messed up, a little consonant messed up. But in the long run, the brain is a genius. Moses had the same problem. He had a speech impediment, and what he did was question God why you didn't choose Aaron, who is more of a great speaker. And God really told him in a couple words that I choose a man by his heart, not by how well he speaks. And so when we start to understand that, some of us are getting these big eyes and getting glamour with these great speakers that what they're saying represents nothing. And that's hitting the nail on the head. Are you still there, my sister?
Yes, I'm here. You are saying a lot of stuff that that I have been saying. You're just saying it from a male point of view.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, wow, wow, it's deep. Tara, what
I'm
what
here.
what do you think, sis?
I think his wisdom is uncanny, and I love it.
Mhm. Yes, it is beyond. Yes, it's beyond me.
I'm enjoying the conversation.
I am so thankful for the, regardless of what anybody thinks, I am so thankful, so thankful to have a knowledgeable man, and that you ain't no young buck. No offense, brother. That you a seasoned,
Right.
you a seasoned brother. Got no
Yes, ma'am.
choice but to sit back and listen to you, brother.
And
Yeah,
I
and
only appreciate the
I,
fact that I appreciate the fact that you can come join us because we have, other brothers in our midst, such as Minister Terry. We do have my brother Eagles. These are the type of men that we have around us in our circle, and they do educate us just as well as you are educating us today. And I appreciate you being I want to say a breath of fresh air.
Mm-hmm. And confirmation.
In the midst of conversations that we're having, because you know we speak on a lot of things and we talk about a lot of things, but we can all stand correction, and a lot of things that you spoke on today is clearing up things for people such as myself and other people, that might be listening today, that have questions about these things, probably don't have the answers to them, and no one to ask. So I appreciate you coming to share your input, and giving us your insight. And I know Brother Terry's down in the chat. He's listening. He's leaving a lot of comments down there that we'll get to in a second. And I hope my brother Eagles is listening as well, so that me, him, and Nicole can continue these conversations outside of YouTube. But with
yes,
advice,
ma'am.
keep it
And
in
I
mind
do.
the advice that you're sharing with us today. So I do appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate you for welcoming me to your panel, but because when I first came into the YouTube street, I had struggle, and
Sister,
believe it or not, most of my struggles was with males because I was telling secrets that shouldn't be told, and so for the being, you can't be on both sides of the street. You can't say you're a leader and your community is going to hell. You got to have one or the other. And so this is where the talking points go away, because I got 18 people in my house. And these are people who are mentally challenged and drug addicted people that most people think is worthless eaters. They just don't giving up on them. But see, me understanding the connection between me and my creator can't allow that to happen. And I choose to volunteer 3 years of my life to do this absolutely free with no pay, because this is the way I give back. And I work 24/7. And I never had bags under my eyes until I started doing this. But I'm going to be blessed in the long run, because
Mm-hmm.
my blessing comes from God. My recognition of my greatness and my scale balance comes from God. And don't one person dare to think that I'm thinking I'm this perfect person. I understand a lot of these issues because at one time or another, I was you, young man. I was working in a strip club where I was a DJ. I was a DJ starting in 1976, worked at my first radio station in 1976 at WJIV in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I was you. And so it's so easy for me to understand you. The problem is
You
I
and him
had
have.
guidance and leadership around me that kept me away from alcohol, that kept me away from marijuana, kept me away from all drugs. I was into sports and I was into entertainment, but I was in the side of entertainment. I was producing what I hated, but it took me years to understand that. So now I can have the real conversation.
You said you produced.
What I hated.
Steve says, "Wait, God is good." And look at the vanity. Yeah.
You know how the brain works when it comes down to people and their perceptions, and how they also, can be damaging as well to people if they're not, if these perspectives and perceptions aren't checked and put in the right order. So yeah, I get what he's saying.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And
Being in the industry, yeah.
yeah, well, especially the in regards to the industry, because there's a lot of, like, brother, I'm just very let me just be quiet and let you speak.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. He's confirming a lot of the stuff that we discussed.
Right.
A lot of the stuff we've been discussing for a while.
And this is where life experiences come in. See, when I came to California to get into movie industry, I had already been into the music industry for so many years. But I had a foundation. I had a foundation of Christianity and I had a foundation of Islam. And I ain't one to be played with because I only submit my will to Allah. And so when it came to a time for my test to be tested again, it was a Tony video. And I got a call one day from my sport agent, and the sport agent told me, well, Tony wants you to do a video for them, but there's one thing. You're going to have to be naked, and you're going to be in the swimming pool, but don't worry about it. You're going to have an Asian girl, a white girl, and a black girl in the swimming pool with you. And at this time, I'm raising a son. It's 14 years old. And I'm saying to myself, the question I should ask this person. And I think David Chappelle and a lot of other actors who are conscious have to go through the same thing and how they go form their question. So I asked him, you say in this video that I'm going to have to be naked, but you go blotch it out. Then why can't I just wear swimming trunks? And you blotch that out like I was naked. And then he said, well, no, we got to make this as steamy as we can. And don't worry about it. Just like I say, you have these beautiful women around you. Well, I've never been in the lack of having beautiful women around me. Most DJ would tell you, we have our pick of the liquor. So we ain't thirsty like that. And I told him, okay, and even if you blotch this out, somewhere there's going to be a tape of me butt naked. And somebody can use it anytime they want to. So, yeah, you go show the blotch out version in the video because FCC rules say you have to. But who's going to own that tape with me butt naked? They couldn't answer that question. And so they went up as high as $5,000. I say, well, you know what? You can keep your $5,000. I'll sell incense and kuvie on Venice Beach before I let you take my clothes off on me. And this is where the devil try you. He try you with money, but it's just like everything else. They get things on you, and then they go use it against you. I just made sure they ain't never have anything on me that they could use against me. And I've been on Martin, Living Color. I've been on all them shows. I was on Living Color before Jamie Foxx. Matter of fact, I told Jamie Foxx what was going to happen to him, and he's living proof.
Brother, you have a voice that's very, very powerful. I don't know if I've been through a lot or whatever, but I've spoken to you before, and we had a very long conversation many years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
You're a radio host, right?
Yeah, I'm a radio host too.
Did you ever have any dealings with 88.1?
I don't know if 88. I do with Kathy. I do with Kathy, one of the biggest black blog presser, but a Carl Nelson show from Front Page from L.A. to now is in Baltimore, so he still have a show called the Carl Nelson Show. So
I
I've
know.
been doing this for a while.
Yeah, you've been around for many, many years. Your voice is very, very distinctive. Did you I don't know, this might be corny. Did you ever because radio, I know for a fact that you're from radio. Your voice is very distinctive the more that I hear. Um did you ever used to listen in to back in the day the party line?
I think I did used to listen to the Party Line back in the day. I used
Black
to
Planet.
touch so many things. So yeah, I'm telling you, I used to touch so many things back in the
Yeah.
day.
Me
Uh,
and you before
yes, ma'am.
when I was younger, and you were very positive to me, and you said that if from what I, because you have a very distinctive voice, and you had told me to continue to be positive, and that to follow, that not to get wrapped up in the world, even though I got a gift, and you said they were going to try to take my voice. This was years ago.
Yeah,
When I
I kind of like remember
does
because
that
that's
make
one of the things. Yeah, it makes sense
sense?
because I've always talked to entertainers or people who wanted to get into entertainment and warned them about things that could happen. That God give you a gift and the devil turns it upside down, and
You
they'll
told
take it and
me I had a
repackage it and sell it back to you in a form that you think you're doing something right, but you'll be doing something wrong.
yes. Now this was before I had my first daughter. And then I'm just trying to remember where I would reach out to you at. It had to be through Black Planet or the what was it called? They had Black Planet, they had the Party Line, and they would stream the ones that had access, the radio hosts and stuff like that, and through clubs. But I remember your voice, and you always, I believe it's you.
Now
You
you can
spoke
see
very,
my picture. That's who I am. That's how I look at 65.
yeah. I
And
for when I was very young,
yes, ma'am. Well, everybody know
loving and
SBWED.
caring.
Everybody know SBWED Speed, bringing it to you all the way live. The weatherman say hi today. It's gonna be A-OK.
Yes, and I used to call him to your radio show, and back then it wasn't called trolling, but I would mess with you, and you like, look, I'm live. Stop playing with me on here. I know you need somebody to talk to. You don't remember that?
Yeah, it kind of like sync, but I'm 65 years old, and I'm trying to put all the people I have talked to about and with since 1976 at the first radio station to
Yeah,
2023. Yeah, but I'm
yeah,
pretty sure if you heard my voice, it just like you say, it's very
yeah.
distinct. And
What was it? It was Blog Talk. You was on Blog Talk Radio.
yeah, Blog Talk too. I've been on Blog Talk too.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I used to call in, and you would see I started to grow, and I would call. You would play the good R&B, the oldies but goodies. You always loved the Lord.
Most
Um,
certainly.
very, very stern, but you was always so forgiving, but you knew that a lot of young folks was confused. And I
Right.
remember I called you and you said you're a lonely girl. And I don't mean, and you didn't mean it to be hurtful or
Right.
whatever. I used to call and if it was today, it would be trolling.
Yeah,
But
trolling.
trolling, I would call you because I would be trying to figure out what's going on in life. Do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
know that?
Just like I say, ma'am, that specifically the conversation, no, but I can pretty much, if the way you're describing and my voice, I'm telling you, we had that conversation then because I
Yeah.
have had so many, and
And I
this
know
is what
you
I've
had
been at.
you were on Blog Talk Radio. They used to stream your voice on the party line. Black people meet. Um, you weren't a part of part of the African American radio host. That's how Black People Meet was
Right,
created.
right,
You were one of them,
exactly.
right?
I've been in the midst of celebration of a lot of black media, all different from California to the East Coast, and anything that had to do with blackness, you best believe I've been a part of.
Right. I'm look, I don't, of course you talk to thousands and, many people, but I remember because there was only a few. It was, and, I thought, and it's funny, you never had any connection down here, um, with 88.1?
Well, I'm trying to, Kathy Hughes, I'm trying to remember all her radio stations. She's one of the biggest black radio stations simultaneously all over the world. So I've been affiliated with radio with her, I know for the last 20 years.
Vegas.
And
Okay.
yeah, Kathy Hughes is just mega at what she does for the black community. A lot of people don't give her the
She
flowers that she should be having.
spoken I've spoken to her. My dad knows who Kathy Hughes is, and I've spoken to her, and back then it'd be like, come on little girl, get it together, but that was the talk, like, but it was more psychological. It didn't matter if you was 19 or 20. It was more because the y'all raised us
Yes, ma'am.
in regards to the like, there was blogs. There was, way before there was what we call blogs now, it was different. It was encrypted. We had
Yeah,
to really
right,
truly express ourselves to be able to get to the radio host,
right.
right? Able to, and y'all had so many people calling, you couldn't talk. And I remember you told me that I had that I was very gifted, and that I had a very, very powerful voice, but you told me I was very immature. That was
Most certainly. So you was trolling me.
yeah. I was but I was calling you to ask you questions, and,
Hmm.
and you said you're a lonely young girl, and I said, yeah, I am. But I didn't want to. But I was like, well, will you put this song on for me? Or I remember you. I was thinking about you the other in regards to, like, because building my channel and stuff. You
Yes,
need
ma'am.
to please come back and let me interview you, like,
Yes, ma'am.
please.
Yeah, I will have no problem with that. My thing is to raise the mindset of us as a group of people, even though
I
some of us
think
don't
that.
believe, some of us don't believe that we are looked at as a group. We are only looked at as an individual. Then that is
It's not
false.
as a group.
We're one of the only people on this planet is judged as a group. I remember when it was shameful with some bad news story would come on the TV or the news, and the first thing we would do is drop our heads and say, Lord, don't let this be a black person.
But
Because
yes.
we knew that we were judged as a group.
Yeah. Yes, I know you have a very, very, very distinctive voice. You've been in radio for many, many, many years. And back then it wasn't called trolling, but I used to call you because I was lonely. You'd be like, let me play this for Lonely Girl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was,
And even if you go over to my YouTube channels, you hear some of the same music I was playing back then. Because I am one believer, the music that we play today is to separate us, and the music we played back then was to keep us together.
it was. I said the same thing, and I'm not trying to come down on, Sister
No,
Red, but I don't even. I think it's deeper than her being a industry plant, from what they say or whatever. But yeah, that girl is very intelligent in regards to marketing, her and Sikiana. But what is growing them is destroying our our community. But it's not their fault.
have you ever heard of this quote? I think it was in one of the Lee movies, and it went something like this: We
Damn.
all have to wear the mask, but some of us so happy to wear it.
Say it again.
We all have to wear the mask, but some of us are so happy and too happy to wear it. So
Wasn't
we
that
have to wear more face. We wear a face when we go to work. We wear a face when we go around certain races of people. And we have to wear that mask. We have to change our vernacular sometimes. We can't talk in the comfortable the way we were talking in our home. But some of us is so happy to put on that mask.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I've never been one who was happy to put it on. But knowing that I had to put it on sometime, but I was never happy about it. And I guess my body language always told the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Because I never had anybody in Hollywood ever ask me to put a dress on.
Well,
They asked me
see,
to take my clothes off, but they ain't asked me to put no dress on.
I was gonna say they had to ask you to do, you know,
So they would want to see what I was working with.
because that's what they do. When Cat Williams came down here, I don't remember the name of the all the pimps. Wow, this was many years ago. When Cat Williams came down here, and all the pimps, now I seen that, on TV, the pimps ball about, but they were really here for him.
Yeah. They used to do
He,
it in LA. They used to
he,
do it in LA too. Matter of fact, he used to do a house. He had a spot at Hollywood Park for a while. He was doing his comedy there. He was a host.
yeah.
My
And
cousin took over
it,
for him
you remember
when he went on tour. My cousin Al Toomer, he's another established don't do comedy anymore. I haven't heard from him in a long time. But I remember when he was taking over for Cat when Cat did one of his first tours. So yeah. You got to understand, real no real.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Game no game.
Mm-hmm.
And
What's real,
so
what's fake is fake. There's
right,
no in between. Either you hot or you cold. Either you
that's
in
it.
it or you not.
You're not. You can't with one foot in and one foot out. You can't do that. It just don't work. It has never worked.
And it never will.
And think about it. I'm gonna say this on your show, and I don't want to act like I'm something greater than what I am, but with God say, ye are all God's children of the Most High, so ain't nobody can call me anything less than that. But I'm gonna tell you something. What y'all gonna see to happen in 2025 is gonna blow y'all mind, and I've been talking about this ever since 2017. I warned people about the macaroni and cheese that came along. They kept changing the cheese on it, and they gave you all kinds of shots and with cheese in it. And then every time you turn around, you had to get some other type of cheese.
So, yeah,
My
yeah.
first, my
Tara.
My
Go ahead.
my first video was about black men. You better get your help together because what they finna throw on the table for you right about now, you go suffer. And it comes out to be that we, with that macaroni and cheese they said is at the table to eat at, we died from it more than anyone else on this planet, even black people in Africa. So what I'm saying is, I warn people, and that video is still up, never been taken down. It was my first video. And I said, YouTube go take this video down because I'm going to be talking about health and why I'm talking about health. And so if anybody sees, this is what I say, when you say something, you do something, you got to have receipts. You can't come and be Johnny come lately and say something after something don't happen. I said it before it'll happen. Now you say, well, how did you know? I'm going to tell you how I know. There's a secret in life if you understand. This is why history is so good. It's called patterns. And if you are good in math, you understand how patterns give you the answer.
Right.
Same way in life. If you look at patterns of things, you can always tell what's coming by patterns before.
I agree. You're 100% right. And you're right about that cheese.
Mm-hmm.
You
Never
right.
took it. Never ate none of that cheese. 65 years old. I had 7 people in my house had it. I still didn't wear a mask and never got it. You know why? Because number one thing I talk about on my channel is what you eat is what you become.
Yes.
And our diet is killing us faster than anything else.
Yes, it is.
Here you got children right now with high potential and diabetes at 17, 18 years old. Never heard of. There used to be a time that black women didn't even have cancer.
They
I
showed.
remember that time.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. I try to talk about. That's why, even for me,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
remember they tried to put me on birth control. The stuff, even though I didn't take it too long, that shit made me sick. Like,
Most
I mean,
certainly.
me severe, like medical issues. Like, it affected my body.
Look at the white woman now. She can't even have a baby unless she has to take other drugs, and then she don't have one baby. She have a cat litter because they have to produce false hormones in her body so she can even have a baby. And that same junk they was trying to give y'all back in the day, but y'all had 2 choices. Either you take this or you have a hysterectomy. You don't hear about the hysterectomy the way they used to do it back in the day.
You didn't hear what I was talking about before
No,
you came
no ma'am.
talking about
No ma'am.
hysterectomy?
No ma'am.
Yes.
Before I came on, I was like 5 minutes of browsing through. I had just shut down did some editing on one of my shows.
Talking about hysterectomies, the manipulation that they have put on women, or whatever. How fibroids, how cystic fibrosis, the stuff that they manipulate
Right.
in our bodies. If I would have, as many times as a gynecologist told me to have, to have hysterectomies due to the fact that I had fibroid tumors, I would only have one child.
Mm-hmm.
They've been wanting to hysterect. I had fibroid tumors at shit. Not 19. Shoot. We was talking about birth control, how psychologically, how it affected, and we don't want to get onto opioids, because if you do got some sense, you're probably on opioids if you did keep your cervix.
Yeah, 65% of all Americans is on some kind of pharmaceutical drug. I told you this is the business I work in, and these are the things I talk to people who do have a little bit of family who don't understand that these doctors will write prescription like rides at Disneyland. and more they can get the government to pay for it because you on SSI or you on some kind of federal income. They can write all these prescription for medicine. They can write it for medical equipment, and they just making all types of money on people who don't have the acute or the wealth or the aware or the fortitude to know what's happening to them.
Right. And let alone the wherewithal and the knowledge and the support. And when they removed our wounds,
Mm-hmm.
they already took the black man.
That's it.
They came for the psychological.
Mm-hmm.
The body is still there.
Right.
But now the body, they taking the body and the psychological. Yeah.
But they don't have to worry about that sometime soon, because they don't turn men into this having a PhD in pornography, and they don't turn our women into these vibrators. And so they got these robots lining up right now, ready to release, because most men have never had sexual intercourse with a woman outside a balloon on top of his private part. So by the time they get these robots ready, he already ready for that feeling anyway. Matter of fact, it's going to be better because now he can take that balloon off, because I don't think the robot's going to be able to have any kind of disease that's come out anytime soon. But we don't know what that might lead into by itself. So we got to understand is what I try to do is look 30 years down the line, because if you only look what's in your face, everything is going to confuse you.
Yeah. You told me that back then.
Mm-hmm. Most certainly, one of my quotes.
About what's you, but in between you, but what's in front of you, think of it all. Yeah. I've spoken to you several times, many years ago, when I was young. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. And so I've been consistent with my message. And the reason why I've been so consistent with my message, because of that one quote I said, I produce the thing I hate. Mm-hmm. I was part of producing worldly women because I was living a worldly life. And this is my way of giving back to make people understand. Don't think OG is square. I can still get on public transportation and have young women look at me, but I don't look at them in the same way. And it's due to the fact is I'm more mature now, and I understand the pleasure of a woman is just not what's between her legs. A lot of time it's what between her ears.
If she's willing to hear.
Right. So, when we understand, if you had a thumbnail right now of a woman twerking, you would have, and somebody was up here with me and giving me a good argument, you would have 200 and 300 people in your chat right now. Easily. Yeah. But see, we're in a world that we talk about problems with no solutions. And so when you start talking about problems that you could have solution to it, a lot of us not interested, because a lot of us just want to be victims.
Thank you. That's what's hard for me sometimes, brother. Like, I have stuff that I know that the Most High has put on my heart. I'm not trying to separate my people. I'm not.
Right.
But things that are heavy, that weigh on me where I can't sleep, because I am a creator by nature, you know?
And a manufacturer of all human beings. And that's what a woman do.
Mm-hmm. And I just have to speak. And just a heavy heart with the stuff that I see that's going on. I know I'm not by myself, but what the people say is boring. It's corny. You know.
I sent you a Cash App. I hope we went to the right person, because like 2 or 3 people's names came up.
Hold on, back. Thank you. Yes, it is. I see it. I see it. Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet,
That
Tara.
should that should be able to get you a cup of coffee in the morning or tea, whatever you might be drinking to your delight.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. It's gonna go towards actually my vitamins.
Yes, ma'am. Um, this is probably the last thing I'm gonna say. I studied under Dr. Gloss, Dick Gregory, and Dr. Savy. I studied what they did. It was no different what my grandmother and my father taught me. My mother had 18 children and I had 11 sisters. So I had a PhD when it comes to women by the time I left my home. And I was taught very well. And a lot of the things that was taught to me were to exercise how a woman think, move, and everything else. So I never had a problem out there in the world of women. And just like I say, when you know the secret of women, you can use that against them, and that's become problematic in our community
Mhm.
because with much power, much responsibility comes with it.
Mhm.
And so I use it for my own personal ego or my own personal advancement. And as I got older, it's probably the only thing I regretted. But it is what made me who I am today. It was my journey. Nobody has the right to tell me about my journey. It's my story to tell. And
Mhm.
it's my story to on my life to ask for forgiveness for the things that I have produced. But what I will say is, as Jesus said, who have not sinned cast the first stone. There was
Mhm.
not even a pebble picked up. So as life go on as journey, one of the basic things for life and people out there who might be listening to this now and in the future, your foundation has to be something greater than yourself. Because if you want your woman to submit to you, I'm gonna have to ask you the question, who are you submitting to? Because if you ain't submitting to anything, then it could just be a wild brush fire, just
Mhm.
out of control. You gonna have to have something you submit to because you didn't make none of this. You just live in it.
Yeah.
It's been put here for you. So first thing you need to do is get your spiritual intact. That's your foundation. And everything else from that is building your house and it should have a correlation with discipline. In everything you do, occupation, sports, conversation, uh, social, and job, everything. It
Even
should be a
preparation of food.
right. And so food is most important because it's what we give our nutrition and what fulfill us as blood human beings that what we put in our guts is 98% of all the problems we have when it comes to our ailments. Because when I travel to Africa, I don't see people who eat less than us have any of the problems that we have. And we supposed to be the first nation, number one nation. Why is it we died more in that macaroni and cheese than they did in Africa? It's due to the fact is our diets, what we eat, is killing us. And we don't understand that. There's a difference in soul food and survival food. And what we call soul food is survival food. We don't have to be in survival market anymore. You can go in that store and you got a whole big old section. It's the biggest section in the store. It's called the vegetable section. We overlook that a
Mhm.
lot. We might get onions and bell peppers or something like that to make our meat taste better. But we don't get vegetables where we can eat them 75% on our plate. And if we have to eat meat, make it 25%. And this is our major problems. Our ailments come from that. Our high blood pressure come from that. Our diabetes come from that. And until we understand that, you can't move forward if you don't have a healthy body that's producing a healthy mindset. Everything that you go from forward on, it's gonna be distorted because you haven't even given your body necessities that it needs to function at 100%.
Powerful, brother. Powerful. Powerful. I would love and be honored. Um, I don't do, I like to more have conversations, but because you are so intelligent, have so much history and knowledge, and normally I don't ever say because I don't like it, but I would love to have an expand upon conversation with you and like I would love to go with a virtual long walk and talk with you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a lot that you can teach. And I would be honored if you would, allow me to present you with questions.
Yes, ma'am. And that's how you get problem solved. Every court case is built on and won by questions, not statements.
There you go. Can you say that again?
Every court case is built on and solved by questions,
What
not
I
statements.
tell you. That's why I won when I finally decided to go to court. Thought I needed an attorney for everything. Didn't have no money. Kept getting taken to court back to back. Cause see, the devil when he come to kill, steal, and destroy. He'll put you up against everything. Your mama, your daddy, your cousins, your uncle, everybody just fighting, fighting. And I thought I needed an attorney every time I went to court. Every time I thought I needed a big boss Hank attorney. Money was already ate up, my brother. Wasn't nothing left.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I had? I had the father. I had the experience from prior court experiences. And I had to have faith. And what you say? I had to be in order. And when I went in order, I didn't need no attorney. And I won.
You get the right results.
I got the result. Judge respected me. Now, I ain't know the law all the way down to every single thing. I didn't get everything that I thought, got to go back again. And I will go back because it's the right thing to do, to handle what needs to be handled.
Yeah. Got to put up that good fight.
Yes. God is good, brother. You made my, like, I am so excited to thank you.
No, thank you. Because as I speak, it's not a bouncing wall. It's a wall of echoes. And as I speak, I'm teaching myself. And as questions are asked to me, I'm learning from you all how to properly respond.
I love that. Learning how to properly respond. That is very, very. Thank you, Cape and Keith. Oh shoot, you didn't help me get a new subscriber. Well, thank you. Welcome. Hi, PMS. Hi, Jinx. Yes. God is good. And to know too, from a male's point of view, and in your age, you don't look like it at all. To know that the conversation that me and my sisters, be having, that they're just not, that our concerns are real. Our uplift that we desire to present to the community is not an unrealistic expectation. Therefore, for brothers like you to be honest and to admit that our community is extremely wounded.
And that's what happens when you have other people tamper with the natural order of things.
Deep, very deep. Tara,
I think I'm gonna put her to sleep.
I think you did too, and I think you come off from. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't like this clipboard. It ain't doing what I wanted to do. Hold on. Yes, I have really, really enjoyed best conversation I done had all year. Like,
Well,
on live, and I appreciate it.
if it's you go have a good conversation, it's always the impression that you leave this year. You can look forward to a better next year, and broaden the perspective of your own intellectual as far as coming to your people, speaking to your people, and diving into this thing of life.
Cause I was getting, brother, I'm not gonna lie, I was getting frustrated, and Tori, you got another window open, baby. We got severe audio feedback, babe. No, it's okay. What I was gonna say is thank you. You actually inspired me. Sis, we got feedback, babe. Um, but yeah, like the things that I've been discussing, because sometimes I am human. It becomes frustrating when God has impressed things on my spirit and my heart, and I come to discuss those things. And sometimes I feel like, darn, I'm just, it's just me and, just a few of us when I know that it's bigger than that. So thank you for enlightening me, for blessing me with your time, your knowledge, your wisdom, and your experience. I'm very honored to have you on here today. I'm very thankful. You gave me a lot of confirmation.
Yes, ma'am. And I'd like to thank you and all the ancestors and all the greatness that came before me, that I learned life lessons or experiences where I wouldn't have to go out there and wing it, and not understanding I didn't need to put my hand over a stove because I seen somebody else do it before me and got burned. So I like to thank all the people who came before me, who gave their life and their understanding in a time that when it was not popular to talk about these issues way before now, and
Mm.
stood fast, stood in front of water holes and dogs biting them, and all our ancestors who had to go through the beatings, the whips, the grapes, and um, some of the most horrific traumatic experiences, that made sure that the light would be better for the next generation than it was for the previous generation. I would like to thank all of them too.
Wait, hold on. Let me get that. I just seen the if you get what I'm trying to say. Oh Lord, how do I screenshot this? Wait, hold on. Let me go write this down. Wait a minute. It gotta be a way. Hold on, I just seen the if you know what I don't know
Oh
how
yeah,
to,
I know what you got it.
yeah. I'm trying to, I don't know how to screenshot. I'm on my other phone.
Right. But you can always go back and replay, and you can go in the comment section. You can go back on this and write it down. You can always, even when you do, like you do a show you do now, it's
Mhm.
always up there. You can always go into the private chat and re get anything that anybody ever said. So that's always open and available to you, even when the show is down. You can
Even
always go into, yeah,
even
you can go into an
just
old show. Yeah,
somebody
you can
else
go
though.
into, yeah, you can go into an old show and look at everything that was printed in the private chat.
I didn't know that.
Yes, ma'am. It's always there, and especially when you use StreamYard.
Okay, I got it. I screenshotted it. I had to
Okay.
put okay my fingers on my heart and then press it back down. I think the phone is hot. Is real hot because I'm in the car.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Well, I usually
Mm.
make a room hot anyways, like I throw a grenade up in it. So that's where I go at. So I'm just glad I don't have to fight as much over here than I do some of these other places because just like I say, some places I go, the devils is on ice skates. And I'm fighting a whole room, a whole panel, 7, 8 people. But in the end of the day, you know what I always say? Your results always tell you the truth.
Yes. Hmm. And what's real is real and what's fake is fake. There's no in between. Either you're in it or you're not. Either you're hot or you're cold.
And
Yeah.
as Deacon say, we must remember on experiences is a failure if we didn't learn anything from it. So true.
Hmm. Do you when you have your conversations, are they in the well, in the YouTube atmosphere? Is it in the red pill section?
I go
Because
straight into the I go straight into the manosphere. I go straight into the beast mouth.
there go that darn. Let me go. Let me see. There go that big old trouble sound. I couldn't hear nothing you said.
Okay, I go out and come back in.
It got you sound like a Okay, come up here, Jinx, if you can, baby. Tara, you there? I done burnt up a half a tank of gas, but I am enjoying this. Like for real, Tara. I'm so enjoying this. Thank you for going live with me, my sister. Okay, there you are. Thank you, brother Terry. Wow. Brother Eagles is gonna love this. He loves good conversations and great content. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like cut some of this and there go my sister. Sis, I need you to take over for me. This is my sister, Sister Jinx. This is our brother OJ. I'm
Good
sorry.
good morning.
Good morning.
How are
Taurus.
Good
y'all?
morning. And everybody says OJ. I mean, they just can't get away from it. I always feel like sometimes I'm in a low speed chase. But
You
yeah,
just
it's
said
OJ.
I was looking at names. I'm sorry. He gonna cuss me. I
You
meant
have
to
to
say OG, but I was looking at Jinx. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. That was an accident. And I
Don't
am
worry
a little.
about it. Everybody does it.
what is it says OJ. I'm in my car and I'm trying to drive. I ain't
Yes,
got no
ma'am.
glasses on. Your name is OG?
Yeah, oh no, OG always should go to the back, but my name is J Speed, and I just say OG. OG, just letting you know I'm a little more seasoned. I got a little more spice to me. I've been on this
Listen,
earth.
from
I'm
one
HB.
OG to another. I get it. I get it. I'm good
Yeah.
with it. I'm good
Yes,
with
ma'am.
Can I call you OG?
Yeah, you can just call me OG. J
Okay.
Speed, OG. Anything but don't call me late for dinner.
Listen, I had to come on up here. I said, who is all this intelligence sitting up there next to Nicole? What is going on?
I know,
Mm.
actually, a conversation, right?
Nicole, girl,
I'll be right back. Take over for me.
this is
Yes, ma'am.
fantastic conversation early this morning.
Well,
I am
we think. Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, I was just gonna say I'm fascinated by your conversation.
Well, we usually think a lot better between um, 3, 4, 5, and 6. As far as anytime I had to take a test or anytime I had to do something that was going to strain the brain or the mind, I would always get up in this hour in the morning to do my studies because I don't know what about this time in the morning that it brings a different level of understanding, comprehend what you're doing, and you just be fresh. Now, a lot of people will speak against that because they want to get that little part of that sleep before they have to go to work. But this has always been me in the wee hours in the morning time.
Hmm. Well, I mean, I can relate to that. I think that that's something that we all actually do. We just don't want to acknowledge that that's what it is. I have that same thing. I think better during these hours. I myself am a vampire. Uh,
Hmm.
and today I'm keeping normal people hours, but normally I'm a night person. I just function better overnight. I have a lot more clarity. I'm calm. I'm more rational. Um, it's just something about the nighttime that I function better in. Um,
So let me ask you some questions then.
okay.
Okay, let me switch the table. What do you think about this new generation or how they receive information and how they process it?
Woo! Well, one, I don't think that they process it. Uh, they don't do a great job at processing information. Um, I think that they have grown. We are developing more emotional creatures. I think that we are developing uh, but let me say this: intellect is not as valued as it was with what our parents and people of our age instilled on us and what they valued. We don't particularly care if our kids is going to school, if they're actually learning anything. What they're seeing. We're not socially responsible with our own children, meaning we show them whatever we're doing. The kids in the house is fine. There's no such thing as grown folks coming over. We finna have company. Get y'all butts in the room. You know, things like that. We don't care what we're talking about in the car. We're on the phone. The kids sitting in the back seat. They're listening in, taking it all in. They're watching social media. They're doing everything that we're doing. We're not socially responsible when it comes to our own children. Therefore, they're emotionally underdeveloped. They don't know what actual love is. They don't know what actual, what hatred is. They don't know well, they know what fear is because I think they all thrive off of fear. The majority of younger people operate off of fear, and yet they don't understand their own fears. Does that make sense to you?
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay. Um. Ooh, that's a conversation, honey. We can go some hours on this one.
Most certainly, we could, and I think the mix, the what makes the message so mixed is these young people, their grammar and their vernacular is just off the hook. It's so great, but when you put it under the microscope, you'll find out it's fool's gold. And this is one of the things that I want people to understand. If you don't understand anything, right? There
Mm-hmm.
are people out there who have mastered the language, but they haven't mastered life, and they're just regurgitating things that they see in Hollywood, Victoria Vixens, uh, people who are in sports, and this is what they use as their example. But the
Mm-hmm.
average common man and common woman walking down the street is not thinking about six figures. They're thinking about how they go get their next meal. They're thinking
Yes.
about how they go protect their family. They're thinking about what is going to be their next touchdown. But if you believe in these spaces, a lot of these spaces, everything is surrounding a man making six figures, can't find the right woman. Or if it is a woman, he's one he don't want. And he speaks about the one he don't want 24/7. And I'm like this. Whenever you ever purchase something that you like and then speak about the thing that you left in the store.
Exactly.
If you don't want that type of woman, why are you spending so much time speaking on her? Where is this accuser spirit coming from? Talking about something you don't want. Won't you talk about the things that you do want? And then come up with a plan on that so you can get better results. Here I'm at 65, I'm in shape. A lot of these guys is 3 butter biscuits from having a heart attack, but they want a primo woman because their bank account is fat as theirs.
I agree. And that's part of what I mean by we're not socially responsible. Well, that's one aspect, but that's something else that I didn't even touch on. I absolutely agree with you. Uh, we're sitting here, where you want the man that has the six-figure income, but you don't want to take the time to figure out how he got it. Are we teaching our sons how to get a 5 or 6 figure income? We're not doing that. But we want the riches, but we don't want to work to get it. We want to figure out the fastest way to it, and we know that anything you get too quick, you lose just as quick.
Right.
What you
And there's a
gain quickly, you lose quickly.
and that's a simple question you can ask anybody, and a man or woman. You can ask the person, would you like to have $1 million in the bank? And I guarantee you, 9 out of 10, if they ain't lying, they will say yes. Your next follow-up question should be, well, how would you go about getting it? And that's where you lose them at.
Indeed, it's called savings. It's called having a financial goal, a financial plan.
A financial intelligence. Because
Well,
Michael Jordan don't really care nothing about anything other than you buying the next new version. He don't know your name. He don't know your grandparents' name, and he don't really care.
mhm,
But the only way you can feel proud of who you are is because what you can put on your back, what you drive in your hand, or what you live in your house, it makes you, not you making it. And somewhere around the line, we don't got it reversed. I'm not wearing no man name on my checks because most of them designers are freaks in the first place. I wouldn't agree to their lifestyle. Why would I get rid of their name around bigger than me? And you taught how to fill out an application or how do you make a resume. You make your name the biggest thing on that piece of paper. But why is it we making all these other people names who don't care about us, who don't know us, and most of them are freaks that we talk about in our community all the time? The results from we are supporting that lifestyle due to the fact is we're supporting the people who make the terrible dress that women make, or these little tight ass pants so tight on men they look like girdles. So why are we supporting these lifestyles and then we complain about what we see?
true. That's very true.
So just like I say, the guys always say you can't make this up. Well, you can't. You can't make it up. So what you gonna do about it? That's what I asked him. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna? When the last time have you did something for somebody with nothing thought in your mind of a return of it?
Okay.
That somebody who was less than you or someone who's going through a hard time, give them some kind of gift. Sometimes it could be information because you might be an influencer, but sometimes it could be something they need at the moment that they need it. What are you willing to do? When the last time have you went to Salvation Army and worked in a soap kitchen or went to any local church that pass out food and say, I would like to come here and help y'all pass out food? Because we have came into a society as I, me, and that's just not the young people. A lot of old people are doing the same thing because Stella want to get her groove back. But
Well,
what
you're
I'm
right.
saying, uh, across the board, we are damaged goods, and we got to know that we are damaged good, and that's why everybody treated us like wholesale or damaged good thrown in the box, and just give me what you think is worth for the whole box of them. So until we stand up and be what we was created to do, be and do, nobody's gonna have a level of respect for us, and especially men getting on the internet crying about women. Ain't no male race out there go even take you serious. If your women is beating you up, then you are not even a fight for me.
Okay.
And this is what I try to speak to men about. In the end of the day, if you the leader, then your results should be, what are you leading and what is your results of your leadership. If your ship have went and ended up on a sandbar, then you can't fault the crew. You was at the helm.
Right.
And so now it's time for us to reevaluate what went wrong, what part did we play in it,
Mm-hmm.
and let's get to work. If our women are out of control, then we will have to put them back in control, because every nation is led by the men. Now, women would say, well, I had to take control of this steering wheel because the men was not willing to do. What the woman has to learn as the lesson is, them backpacks you've been putting on your back and you've been carrying them. And I understand you have been carrying them. But once a man coming in through that door, you supposed to give them backpacks to him.
I absolutely 100% agree with you. I agree. I absolutely agree with you. Hand him over. Put him down. Let him get him.
Right. I mean,
I agree.
you got a big old grown man up in your house and you hear something disturbance downstairs. You shouldn't have to go down there with the butcher knife or the bat or the 357. Your man laying in the bed and telling me, well, let me know what's going on. No,
Yeah,
you know you
he
go get
pushing
that
you.
position. Right. You know you go, that's his position now. So
Mm-hmm.
I know it's hard once you train yourself to do something. It's hard to relieve that duty because of the letdown, or you've been doing it so long it becomes second nature. But for us to get this ship to go back in that ocean right, we got to go by the natural order of things. There's a reason why men was given strength and logic, women was given emotion, compassion, because we need these two things like a battery need a positive and negative. It can't generate juice without having both. That don't make a man better than you. That don't make a woman better than you. What it make is peace, and the natural order things falls into place.
Okay. So, um,
I'm listening.
I'm trying to formulate this question.
Yes, ma'am. Just let it go the way you want to.
When do you think things went wrong? Where did things go wrong in your opinion? When did this shift change? The roles are reversing. Because again, to me, when I say we're not socially responsible, again, we allow our daughters to see when we're going through it with a dude, they see that, right? And of course, I'm coming from a female's point of view, but we so
Yes,
when
ma'am.
we allow our daughters to see a man come in our house and he's disrespectful to us, he is not helpful to us. He's not a helpmate. He's not even well, he's not a leader, let alone a helpmate. And this is what we're socially showing our daughters. Wh- When did this become the norm? When did this become okay? We're not socially, again, our daughters are in the car. We're taking them and we're having a glam day. We want to go treat ourselves and whatnot. We got our daughters with us. So 6 years old, she thinks that she's supposed to go get $100 fingernail set. No, no, no. That's not what we do. You go to Dollar General, you get the little press on nails. you stay in the child. So when did this change happen as far as you can see? Well, the roles in
Well,
the family reversed.
there's so many levels to it. I mean, that you can really start and go from A to Z, but let's just go back to this evidence, right? We came from
Okay.
65 to 69, rising right about up to 70. When it was cool to say I'm black and proud, say it loud. Panther organization and all these social organizations that had a, should have had our best interest, and we thought have had our best interest, and none of them was perfect. A lot of them start out with that intent.
Uh-huh.
Then we moved from that to integration.
Uh-huh.
We moved to integration as far as school, busing schools open. Now we're coming in the midst of people that we already thought was greater than ourselves. Now, the versus Board of Education was never about integration. It was about giving the same funds to black schools that you had to do white schools. And they were shortchanging us, and then we were supposed to be able to keep up. So, then you get in the 70s, then you get around a group of people, start to see things you never seen before. You start seeing things like weed. That was not prevalent in the black community in the 70s. Even though we had went through
Uh-huh.
a heroin epidemic in New York, but we was not one of the things we was investing in until we integrated. And so now things are starting to change. Now people getting high. It's not so much we black and proud no more. We have overcome. And now we get to thinking we was accepted. No, we were just put up. Well, that's all.
Right, we were tolerated.
Yeah, we were tolerated. So when people don't understand that you was accepted or tolerated, then they can be confused. Now, let's go on into the early 80s. This is when the attack on the man and woman started. Just before, in the 70s, you had one talk show. Well, you had shows before that, the Michael Douglas show and a couple other talk shows, which was male dominant. Then you had Donahue that had a long run. It had all kinds of
Oh yeah.
topics. But then you had this wave of females coming from Jassy, Ricky Lake, Oprah, and all these shows. And most of these shows was around relationship, coming from a woman perspective. Then you had all these women on these shows talking to men saying, this is how a man should be. This is what a boy
Uh-huh.
should be. Now,
Uh-huh.
don't get me wrong, but I'm trying to figure out when the women grow testicles that they can tell a man what he's supposed to be. When they can tell a little boy what he's supposed to be, and that was the problem. It'd be hard for a man to come in and tell a woman what they're supposed to be for almost 15 and 16 years and with a lack of understanding of never being a woman. Women supposed to train women.
Correct.
Men supposed to train men. And so you had this
Right.
flood of these talk shows degrading everything. And that's the first time I heard all men's are dogs. I didn't hear that from a white woman's mouth. I heard that from a black woman's mouth. And so it went on and on and on and on and on. And then you get I'm just speaking on how Hollywood's moving now. Then you get the Jerry Springer show, you get the Maury Povich show. And this time, Sally is weeding out, and Jenny with her, poor Jenny. Jenny tried to be equal. She was just too nice for a talk show host, though.
It's a shame what they did, old Jenny.
Yeah. Yeah. So Jenny tried to be partial. And she ended up, I think, dating a black man or something. I mean, Jenny had her both feet in the square. But
Yeah, she did.
you take all these other shows. Now you went and you busted up the family. Then you go have the next 10 years of showing you how bad the family is. You know, you had the country. I mean, they showed black people and white people the lowest fruit on the tree. And that was our understanding way before that. The only thing people understood about how love should be, how relationship would be, was looking at soap operas in them 70s to early 80s. That's what we get our impression on what a relationship supposed to be. You got the Quatermains on General Hospital, the World Turn, and all that. I
Right?
used to do commentary on all this BS. And so what I'm saying, you got all this stuff going at one time, and it's all centered to divide the family. Because once you get the family divided, you make a lot of I's and me. Now you got
Mm-hmm.
individuals who are fighting against each other, and they both is getting wealth from the back door of a person who don't have their best interest. And so that's the major change. And then you get this, I'm better than you because of my bank account. I'm better than you because I graduated from college and you didn't do it. Now you got the bus drivers who used to be, hey, Mr. Charlie, hey there, the Raymond, hey there, James. Now it's, hey there, Miss Walker, hey there, Sue, hey there. You see what I'm saying? You're killing all
Uh,
stones on all levels.
yep.
So then you taking a man worth, then you just came out looking at good times where James can never really find a real job. He had to take part-time jobs here
You
and
know
there.
what? Can I get you to pause real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you know something, you just said something that just it just rang so true with me. And I'm gonna tell you, I think that I might actually be guilty of that very thing.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
never really thought about it. When you just said, you know, the bus when you take the bus driver say, hey, Mr. James, hey, Mr. Willie, hey, Mr. So and so. And now it's hey James, hey, I never really thought about that. You take their value from them by taking that Mr. or that Miss away from them. When we become
Right.
on a first name basis with people, we are we don't have that's basically saying we're not showing you respecting your position of who you are.
Most certainly.
And I just got that.
And
But it's so
so
it
now,
but what is
go ahead, go
interesting
ahead.
is is that like when my young adults when their friends come around, you know, they're not when they call me by my first name, I'd stop them dead in their tracks. How dare I demand that respect, but I don't give it?
Right.
How dare I? I'm sorry, that just seriously just resonated with me. I did not even think of that.
Mm-hmm. Now you move on to the late 80s when somebody came along and said, as a parent, you should be your children's best friend. Now parents are starting to turn into friends and not parents anymore. Well, I can think about
Mm.
this stuff that I did around my friends. I wouldn't want my parent to know. So that's when you start to see the parent and the daughter in the same nightclub. Her skirt just a little shorter than the daughter's because she knows she was in
And
competition.
correct.
And so at this time, you don't had 30 years of little boys growing up in single households, 70%, 50%, however the numbers you want to take up and down. They've been hearing stuff like, your daddy's stupid, your daddy didn't want you, he's no good. So you got to ask yourself, how would a male child feel like growing up to be the male that you hate? So now he's starting to play with your little high heels, carrying your little purse, and every once in a while he put on a little lipstick because he ain't had a man around to tell him that he really don't supposed to sit down and wipe his little private part like a woman because he never been taught how to stand up and use the bathroom properly. So by the time the 90s came around, there was a drug epidemic that stated in them years from 87 to the late 90s. It was called crack, which was put in our community for a reason. Now,
Absolutely.
nobody forced you to take it, but it was put there because when you have a lack of opportunities and lack of jobs, and I'm not talking about excuses. And one of the things we don't have in the black community in conversation anymore is knowing the difference between a reason and an excuse. We put it all in the same
Amen.
bag. And so
I agree.
now you got years of the family being torn apart, women's of single, now being eased into this new drug that really not only separated the man from the woman because he's no longer there in the first place, but what it did do is separated the child from the mother. That was the last marquee of making this whole mockery the way it is today. So
Okay.
2000, you got the children now whose very short attention span went from 7 to 1.5. Now, when they sat down and they at the parents' house, she knows she can go out there and get them a game that she don't have to be bothered with her kids anymore. They sit up in their room and play games all day, and then now there's not even eating at the table anymore. Matter of fact, a lot of homes and apartments didn't even come with tables to eat at because everybody was eating in their own room. And so now you know that the family is already separated. So now you're moving into what? You're moving into a little boy who's been playing games all the time. He couldn't beat the game. So he got a bunch of his friends together to come up with the cheat codes. Now,
Yep.
this is what his life has been. He's been shooting up old ladies, running over old ladies with all these old crazy games. He got blood splattering on the what's the name. So now he come numb to what killing is all about. And at the same time, you got the drug epidemic, and they're going around and doing drive-bys. They just think it's funny because they don't get to see a dead body. They don't get to see a person who's been prepped for a funeral. So it's fun for them because that's what they've been looking at on the games. Now, you got men now who's been listening to all this negative talk about men, and this new generation is a little different. And reason why they're a little different because now they grow up and what? They got some music and beat that they can talk and call women C's, B's, and everything else. And there's an industry to promote that due to the fact is it's part of the plan to separate the family.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we're in 2000, and most of the men who grows up, the only thing they know about communication and social life is to get a cheat code. And a cheat code works well on a game, but not in real life. There's no cheat codes in real life. Usually, if you use a cheat code in real life, you're going to end up in jail or either in somebody's graveyard. But that's been going on for so long. So now we come up to the mid 2015, where the internet comes along. Now, it ain't so much the records anymore, it's men getting on the internet telling women how dissatisfied they are in them. After years and years of music describing women of everything other than the son, or let's say the daughters of God, in the most negative ways. And women has participated in this too because everybody wants to look like a Victoria Vixen. And so clothes came off, and now there's no use to going to the strip club anymore because you can see women walking down the street with the same thing you used to have to pay to go in the strip club to see. And it's normal. And so now we're into the struggle and the fight between the male and the female. But it's all been set up. It's just waiting to get the last ending of the baseball game. And this is where we at now in 2023. Most of the conversation through this space is done with male and female relationship. Not a clue how we got here because they just go put it on the boomers and the silent generation like we dropped the ball. Well, look, At the time we had the ball, we was just trying to get a sandwich in a restaurant. Time we dropped the ball, we was trying to get a decent job. Time we dropped the ball, we was trying to even be treated as men and women. With water holes skeeted on us and dogs sicked on us by two-legged dogs with sick four-legged dogs. Bite us in the crotch, bite a woman's breasts off, and that's what we was fighting for, just to be human beings. So they don't understand that fight because they don't have that fight. It's more covert today. That's why Bank of America and Wachovia and all these other banks have been sued by the way they operate their own company when it comes to black people. And so, here we are, 2023. And our main enemy is us. The white man get out of jail free card. Hell, we had a black president, wouldn't even talk about, much less try to sign a bill for reparation. Hell, they've been having a bill, HR or something, in Congress for so many years, and that was only to study reparation. That was not to give reparation. So, here we are, in the land of the free, and we ain't never been free. Because that one word in the dictionary we ain't never understood, and that's follow. We've been following people who don't have our best interests. And number two, there are two different types of people. There's a difference between the polar bear and the forest bear. Now, they're both bears. One is white and one is brown. Sometimes can be black. But they live in two different geographical areas. The white bear love cold. Brown bear, hell, he go in hibernation, go to sleep because he don't want a damn thing to do with cold. But they still say we all bleed and we all the same thing. Well, hell, an animal bleed, but that don't make him a human. Red blood. So we get into these cliches and talking all this old mess, and our kids don't got smarter, and the grammar is good, but just like I say, they exercise the language, but what they're saying don't represent anything. But we gonna have to let them bump their head against the wall because we can't save them no more. We could have saved ourselves in the time that we was young. The worstest thing that can happen to any person on this earth is become their parent. And we know we had a disconnect from our parents too. Wasn't as serious as one that we have today because this whole thing is designed to separate the family.
I agree. But it wasn't just our family, it was divide our community as well. I'm going to step away
Well,
for just 1 second. Go ahead.
when you divide the family, you have already divided the community. All right, we ain't gonna have no dry air. If there's any questions in the chat that you want to ask me, we will go ahead and I'll answer any question that I can. If I can't, I'll just tell you there's some other reference that you can go and probably find the answer to that question. I'm not the know of all things. I'm still learning at the age of 65. Any questions? Well, since there's no questions, then I'll go ahead on and just speak what I think to be part of this conversation. Now, I have told you about all the problems. Let's get to the solutions. The solution is for us to stop and reset. And we can do that anytime we choose to do that. We can go on with this narrative. We can fight against each other. And that's not to our best interest. We got to accept each other where we at. And we start building our house from there.
Come on now.
We can't have this accuser spirit Well, we want to point out all the flaws of every human being is in our community, other than become the example of what you want
Okay.
versus become dismay of what you see.
Shouldn't you be the change that you want to see?
That's what I said. Become the example of what you want versus the dismay that you see.
But how do you handle the pure flat out the rejection from your brother and sister? How do you keep going besides
Do you mean sister as far as blood brother and sister, or you just mean community brothers and sisters?
that?
I didn't hear your response to that.
I mean, both. Yeah, I hope that
Both?
wasn't. Yeah.
Well, one thing, you can't choose who will be your family members. You have no choice in that at all. That's why you should be very wise who you choose as your friends. Birds flock with birds. Police flock with police. Criminals flock with criminals. Saying you should not allow everybody in your space. If somebody's in your space and ain't talking about doing better, you should not even have the conversation. We ain't got
Hmm.
time. We don't have the luxury to play around with this. We as older people got to stop being in the leadership role. We have to sit back and be the elders that we should be and put them on the counseling when they ask of us to be the person who's go counseling, because they got to figure this out. They are our future. And if you get them where they're not even wanting to listen to you because they think you son in them or daughter in them, then that's when you got to step back and make sure we don't come from the tradition, do as I say, not as you see me do. That don't work anymore. You have to become the example of what you're trying to produce, because your actions speak louder than any sweet words that you could put in somebody's ear.
Hmm. Wow. Huh. Okay. Hmm. What'd you say, Jinx?
Yeah, what'd you say, Jinx? Did you step away?
Jinx, I think her phone acted up. She'll say something, I'm sure. But yeah, that
And
is,
welcome, Kenna H in the chat. Welcome.
yeah,
Good morning.
Kenya,
Happy holidays to you.
yeah. Yeah, you're right about that. Even just like even with family, you know, trying to do, I don't know, someone like, like you said, I try to do the best that I can. I try to love on my people. I try to love on my family, and I don't know. Sometimes it just is like it's very, very surprising how um, it seems like some focus more on the rejection or try to come up with some. Oh, you're just trying to, look for. I don't know.
Did you ever wonder why Jesus never have his family members as disciples?
Yes. Hmm. Makes
Because
sense.
we got to understand sometimes our friends are who we choose on our journey that we're going, who think like us, move like us. Just like I say, you can't pick and choose who your family is. That's
Right.
just your bloodline. But your brother and sister, as is described in the Bible that y'all read and I have read, a good person is a good Samaritan.
Hmm.
And neighbor means a good Samaritan. It don't mean the person who's just standing beside you or in front of you. It means a person who has a good heart and who do good deeds. So
Okay.
when we come to understanding of that, then we can understand why friendship should be chosen wisely, because that's the only power you have, or who coming into your space who's not your blood. And everybody's not going to be saved. Jesus only preached to 25 people, no more than 25 people. Nobody ever showed me anywhere in history that he ever was popular. See, it's just like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and all the other greats. They don't become popular until they, make their transition in life. And they're well studied.
That's true. That is so very true.
And so if you only have 10 to 15 people around you, 12, you in good company. Jesus, his greatness only had 12 people around him who believed in him. And hell, he was perfect by the stories of the Bible.
Right. You are correct on that.
So sometimes we let the numbers distort our true greatness of what we're doing, because we see somebody across the street and they seem to be the hippest person, and they always have friends and family and everybody there, but it's just a bunch of nothing going on over there. And so this is the same thing with the mega church. The mega church is producing nothing other than self-serving themselves, because most of these mega churches are built in a community. If you went through them, it looked like, other than the church, it looked like a damn bomb hit it. So Jesus can produce greatness around him, but a big old mega church can't produce greatness around them. That shows you what course are they really on, and what is they really teaching. It sure ain't the works of Jesus. And I'm speaking of the churches and the mosques, because we got a lot of brothers around with Islam, not Islam. And Islam only means to submit your will to God. The only difference between Christianity and Islam is one thing and one thing only. We see Jesus as a prophet, and y'all see him as a savior that was born without a man, who was crafted by God. That's the only difference. The diet and everything is right up there in Deuteronomy and Corinthians, that they got the diet, how you supposed to be eating and everything. So I practice, when you really understand the Bible, is pretty much the same, other than that one thing. We believe many men have came and died for our sins, including Martin, Malcolm, Garvey, Soldier, True. These people practice to giving them life to serve our community and humanity. And that's what I respect of greatness. A person who dedicates his life to serve.
Do you think that people don't even know what service is?
A lot of them don't think, because they always look at service as something that they should be rewarded for versus something they should just do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, when I do what I do around my house with the people I deal with mental challenges, I'm not looking for anything in return other than them people be treated better and live better.
Yeah, that has to be some deep work
It is.
I'm
And I'm surprising that I have. And this has to be an act of God right about now because I'm usually interrupted throughout the night about every 15 to 20 minutes.
hmm Yeah, it's just like I said, a pleasure to speak with you, to have you on, you know, on the panel. And like I said, I want to expand upon with you, um, you know, and really get down into the meat and what they say, the meat and potatoes.
Yeah, meat and potatoes. That's what that sound on the street. You usually say, "What is that? Lapeef?" That's Lapeef channel. Usually say the meat and potatoes. Yeah, I know all these guys. I don't went up there and they would call it trolling, but I call it just coming up there and say, let's just hear the other side of the conversation. Yes, I do have a channel, and it's just the same as my name. Um, so uh, one of the things I found out, Dr. Henry Clark said this. I only debate people on my equal and everybody else I teach. And I believe that. Wholeheartedly, I believe that. It has to be a time you teach, and that's all you do. But in that great responsibility you have as a teacher, you have to be asked to teach.
Hmm.
I don't think you should just go into people's house and tear it apart without ever being asked to teach.
Right.
That's disrespectful on all levels. And so many of us elders, we think we have the right to do that. And we know how that made us feel when we was coming up. And this new generation is very sensitive. So you know how they are feeling.
hmm
See, because
Yes.
a lot of the stuff that they talk about, they haven't experienced. They just regurgitate what other people are saying or what they see some Hollywood actors or actors doing or some sport figure, and they use that as an example. This is why I'm showing you this. See. But they don't understand when it comes to athletes and millionaires, they think different and they move different. And so if we trying to compare our life to compare what they're doing, we don't understand there's arranged marriages in Hollywood. The two people don't even have interest in them, but the Hollywood have so much on both of them that they just stuck together for life.
Yeah. That's right.
So I'm not one of them brothers who stay on the side and complain about everything. I've been places, did things, worked in two different industries, and at the same time, I come up in a time where you just didn't have one job, you had two jobs and three jobs. And so when you understand that, then when you have one job and you chasing in Hollywood, you might be prone to do anything.
Huh.
It's just like when you get ready to get another job. And I'm gonna show you how this exercise throughout life. If you got an opportunity to go to another job, seem like if you got a nice job and you pretty happy. Seem like every other job is opportunities open up for you. Now that's a two-way bounce off the wall. Is due to the fact is you carry a certain pride around you when you got a good job, you got a good thing around you walk different, you talk different. But if you lost your job and got fired from your job, you look totally different. You move different. You look thirsty. And every man can tell, and every woman can tell when a person inside of the house is thirsty. They move different. And so it even happens in relationship. It happens on every level of life. You got a good husband, and the first thing you want to know, some even your girlfriends and some of your family members want to hit on that man. Same thing on the other side too. And so what I'm saying is, everybody want greatness, but they ain't willing to work and put the work in it and to achieve it for themselves. Sometimes it's more easy to rob somebody of their big screen TV or steal a car than it is for you to go out there and get an honest job and get that on your own. You make it easy for them sometimes, lady. And this is how you make it easy for them. You don't told your girlfriend everything that goes on in your bedroom, and she's sitting over there with a battery that don't ran out on her control device, and you got a good man over there. She gonna convince you sooner or later to get rid of that man, or she gonna convince herself she need to get a piece of it. Because just like I say, everybody like greatness, but y'all do that to yourself. You tell too much of your business, and the Bible tell you shouldn't be telling your business of your, not even to your mother and father about what's going on in your household. But we haven't learned that lesson. So you wonder why your girlfriend is shooting at your man. Well, you already done told him you ain't getting him none. You ain't gave him nothing because you're mad at him. She gonna figure out how to get to that house and get and ask for a cup of sugar with the shortest dress she can find. She gonna spill some of the sugar, might bend over a little bit and show a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Hell, he ain't been getting nothing for about 2 weeks, and it ain't gonna take no great imagination what's gonna happen in that. Now you can call him a dog or whatever you want to, but hell, you went and told her about what he wasn't getting. She know what he's needing. That'd be almost like as telling somebody that I ain't fed him in a week, and then you think he ain't gonna stop at McDonald's and eat. Even though it ain't the greatest food on the planet, but if you ain't gonna feed him, he gonna have to learn how to get some meal somewhere. So a lot of y'all women can control your relationship by just keeping your mouth shut with your girlfriends. Stop telling your girlfriend how good he is in the bedroom or how bad he is, because he might be bad for you and good for her. She ain't got nothing. So we just like I say, it's a lot of reset we gonna have to do. There's enough blame going around for everybody. Same dog bit you, bit me too. So if we go reset, we gonna have to reset on both sides of the street. And that might be a hard recipe to swallow.
I can agree with that.
So, you two ladies, how long you been doing your show here? I think I ran across it once before, but I was in the midst of putting up another show myself. So how long y'all been doing this right here? How long your channel been up, young lady?
Well, I mean, shoot, for years, I've gone and come back, but I've been doing this for many years. What
Mm-hmm.
is it? 2000, and I came on here to find my biological family. You
Yes,
know,
ma'am.
I didn't know how to find them, and God impressed on my heart to go online, which I didn't know really what that was at the time. But yeah, I believe it was two. I would have to. It will show you on my if you go on community. Let me see. And you go all the way to the end, it will show you when the channel was created. That's how
Oh
long
yeah,
I yeah.
yeah, well,
Mhm.
yeah. I just wanted to ask you why I had you here live. Well, to get 7,000 and something members, subscribers, all your stuff couldn't be in vain. That's not an
Thank
easy task.
yeah.
And believe it or not, I've been into it ever since too. Well, I have lost a bunch of channels too, but I've been in, and I believe I got 760 something people subscribe to me. But you know
Okay.
what? It don't. It don't stop me because
Right.
I used to kill my channel every time I got over 200 subscribers due to the fact that the topics I talk about. YouTube don't like the topics I talk about. Matter of fact, the topics I talk about on my channel, some people even scared to think about them, much less try to put them on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I talk about the war that's going on right now in the Middle East, which there's no Middle East because there's no Middle West or rural North. So how do you just make up something? That's Africa and all over the way. Anybody can see that that's the Suez Canal that Jay blowed up and separated that part of the land from Africa. Hell, the only thing you have to do is look at the map. It's just like a puzzle. You know how to put a puzzle together. You damn sure can look at that map and see that's something they blowed up. Made
Right.
that division.
Mm-hmm.
If God give you something, you ain't gonna have to fight for it.
Mm-hmm. Citrus.
I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here receiving this good word.
Oh yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
have so much material to cut up and just make little shorts and come on and just have a conversation or even about this conversation.
Yeah, and you're right. I definitely am going to do that. I really, really. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a hater in the bush. Well, God bless you, hater. Um, but yes, I really enjoyed this. Girl, you Jinx, y'all, I want y'all to go. I want to hear all y'all opinions. And y'all let me know, you know what I'm saying, what this is about. Um, my little baby, little Taylor, she's wiggling around in her her playpen. So she about to wake up. So I don't want her waking up yelling and screaming in y'all ears. So can you guys please do me the honor and share your last words for this live stream? And of course we can do it again very soon if you guys would come back. Well,
Yes, ma'am.
Jinx, she ain't got no choice because I know her name.
Well, listen.
Before I do that, is there any way you could tell me, or do you have a time slot, or you just pop up when you want to? How?
Yeah, I just kind of randomly come on, but you know, I mean, if you bless me with your presence, I think mean you can really could have some really good conversations.
Yeah, I found that is one of the things that is appreciated, and it's done in Hollywood too. Is you need to find your space. And when you find your space, then you gonna find a crowd because they know when you coming on. And another thing I do is when I come up with a topic, what I usually do is put the topic, type the topic out, and then I do a Google search on it and see
Okay.
how many thousand, how many 100,000, how many millions that words in that topic that people search. And that's
Okay.
how I come with my topics. So I don't know what your format is, but these are some of the things I learned from being in show business. Titles, even for books. If you understand books, usually one title books I sell the long title books by a long shot. And there's a reason why that. It's just the way the human brain is wired. So I'll be more than happy to come back. And my final thoughts is, I posted went to a party today that we have. It's called Day After Christmas.
Mm.
Um, where the actors get together. And I had a dear friend and a friend of a friend passed away. Um, Richard
Sorry.
Roundtree, y'all know him as Shal. Um, I know him
Oh,
personally.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
Oh,
and so I don't have 6 deaths from family members to people in my house in the last month and a half, and so I look at death a little different. Transition a little different, but it is all the same because it has a selfish attachment to the person. That person is gone, and we never get to see that person again. But we can live that person in a way we want to because that person, if it was good to us, that person has inspired us in something great that we are always carrying in us, and that person is never that I could ever say the D word with that. I just say transition. And so it's been beautiful conversation. Mostly, I'm long-winded, um, and sometimes that could be to my advantage or not to my advantage. But I felt comfortable. It's like I was sitting down and talking to my family, and so when I do that, I get very comfortable, and I don't have to even focus on what I'm trying to say. I just let it come out because I think we're spiritual driven. And there's a reason I didn't make it to that part of the day because my friend vehicle transmission went out and I didn't supposed to be there. See, I don't get depressed when something don't happen that I was looking forward to happen. I believe there's no accidents. And I believe that there is things that happen in your life to center you, to humble you, and make you. And I was just sitting in my computer, couldn't sleep, and I ran across your show. It's
Wow.
probably been a lot more inspiration than that party would have been. And it's some beautiful people, don't get me wrong, that we do this every year. I just didn't make it this year, but this right here has been a great joy that I could have this communication with you, you sisters and people in the chat room.
Yes, I really, 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 I'm very, very excited, very stoked, and you have definitely been a pleasure, and you took me back to some things. Like I said, we got to talk because your voice is very familiar, and I know that we talked many, many years ago when I was young, and younger and stuff. And I just think that you're totally awesome. When you can, what you got me with when you said Louis Farrakhan and Pastor Gino Jennings. I said, okay, he, he got it. He got it. He knows something. He know more than what to. I love me some Gino Jennings, and I love Louis Farrakhan. Very, very intelligent, wise brothers. And thank you too, Jinx, for coming up here and spending time with me. It means the world to me, and I love you guys. And by the grace of God, we will definitely have more and great conversations. What says you, Jinx? Uh-oh. Hold on. Here go Taylor. Let me put on mute. Go ahead, Jinx.
Well, I would say, first of all, I would like to say thank you. It's nice to meet you, OG. It was indeed a pleasure speaking with you this morning, and I also look forward to bumping into you in these YouTube streets and having more conversation with you. Um, Richard Roundtree is familiar to me. He is one of those people who you just when you have a like a connection to those certain celebrities. He was my uncle in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Conversation with
Everything.
you. I'm sorry.
Could you repeat that? Everything got kind of quiet.
Oh, sorry. I said, as far as Mr. Roundtree is concerned, my condolences to you, but in my mind, he was my uncle. He just played his roles so well, and he was so beloved in my family. He's related. Uh, just he's in our family.
Yes, ma'am.
But it was indeed a pleasure to meet you and speak with you this morning. I'm sorry that my regret is that I got to the live so late. And hopefully again I will be able to listen to you and be inspired by you once again. You guys have a good day. Nicole, you know that I love you very much. Chat, you know that I love you guys. I'm not a content creator or anything like that. I'm just a person who just pops up here and there. I'm a little bit of everywhere.
Yes,
Um,
ma'am. I think I was seeing your name. I mean, it's one of them names you can't forget, but I think I was seeing your name in the chats on some other channel.
oh yeah, I'm everywhere.
Yes, ma'am. But I like to say peace, love, and always strive for the truth. That is my saying.
Well, I agree. I believe that, and typically, how I guess my own moniker would be, I am who I say I am. You know, people nowadays is becoming very popular for people to say when someone shows you who they are, believe them. Well,
Hmm.
who I tell you I am, that's exactly who I am. There's no variance in that. I can tell you the good and the bad about myself because I'm very self-aware of who I am.
Yes, ma'am.
So I love to say that I am who I say I am. Um, but anyway, I'm gonna let Nicole go. I'm gonna drop down. Nicole, if you want to get on the phone, you can do that. I'm gonna be in the office all day today. Um, and again, OG, it was just a pleasure to talk with you. And next time you got insomnia, come join us.
Yeah,
Yes,
mucho
right.
gusto.
Enjoy the
Mucho
insomniacs,
gusto
right?
means my pleasure as well as yours. And I'm gonna drop down so she can close out on her show, but I will be listening in the cloud.
All
Okay.
right. Well, thank you. And God bless you guys. Love and hugs. And thank you. Remember, through God, all things are possible to those who believe, as long as you're willing to receive what God has for you. Be a blessing and not a curse. We'll be back soon. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Money line, I'ma run it every time. Give me mine, going up, need no decline. Money line, I'ma run it. Don't play with it, don't be dishonest. Ay, still not understanding.
Woods, pretty face, but I'm known for hitting chug. Got him like, too good. To the yard, he ain't never leave his pretty on God. Bro, too good. Real boss, nigga got the woods, pretty face, but I'm known for hitting chug. Got him like, too good. To the yard, he ain't never leave his pretty on God. Bro, too good. Real boss, nigga got the hood. Real boss, nigga got the hood. He ain't never leave his pretty on God. Nigga got the hood. Nigga got the hood.
And I waited for you, but you never showed. Girl, wait.